Okay, so whoa. Okay, let's. Now we are not. Hello, hello. No. Okay. How about now? There we go. Okay. So this. Jeez. How about now? No. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I wasn't muted, but this is getting to my point here of, like, why everything... Jeez. How about now? Is this better? Jeez. I don't know what I'm doing, but for some reason it is peaking the microphone today. Now we're quiet. How about now? Jeez. That is like a razor's edge between quiet and peaking the microphone. Ridiculous. Hopefully this works. Fine now. I just peaked that microphone again. Can I peak it now? Well, maybe not. Okay. This is what I mean by today's been crazy. Crazy. So I have had it's not necessarily a pop filter issue. It's that I had it all working in the previous setup, and then this morning I had a whole bunch of things happen. First, I got a lovely letter from the fine folks at Department of Workforce Services asking about my new employment and whether or not I was going to get any more money and if they were going to be able to cancel my benefits or things like that, which I do have a new job, but it is a new job that does not come with benefits and does not pay me enough for me to lose the benefits that I currently have, because I work 3 days a month, basically, and I don't even work full days most of those. So, like, I'm not gonna all of a sudden max out my earning potential and be able to do all that. So I got that, which meant that I spent most of this morning going back and forth between my department HR representative and then, like, the overall university HR representative, trying to figure out who was supposed to be the person in charge of getting that paperwork filled out and sent back to the government so that the government can stop sending me letters. And then while I'm sitting here on the setup, working on all that, trying to get that all sorted out, I get a pop-up that's like, hey, because I check every morning before I start the stream, and when I get anything of, like, does Microsoft have any, like, does Windows have any updates that it wants to push through, and then do, like, the graphics cards and things that I need to be able to stream and do stuff also need any updates. And this week it was like, no, I didn't need any of those today. And I was like, oh, perfect, we're gonna be good to go. And so then while I'm frantically sending all of these emails, I get a pop-up on the lower right-hand side of the screen that's like, hey, Intel has pushed through updates. You need to update like all of your firmware on the entire system. And I was like, okay. So I did that. And that's why we were having the late start, is that I got that pop-up like 2 minutes before we were supposed to go live. And then it finished uploading and getting the new firmware installed at 2:10. And that is what has led to this. Of like, I had the setup in such a way that it was working previously here on stream, and apparently updating all of the firmware broke everything. So like the mic wasn't attached to the mic aux anymore. Previously, to get the level of support that we were getting out of the mic in the last several streams and things like that, I needed to have it set to a certain decibel threshold, but I had to crank the gain all the way up to the highest level. And now our gain is like just barely above the bottom on the microphone, but even being just barely above the microphone, I also had a gain on it, so this, I should be very quiet now. And if I... What about now? What about now? Here? How do we like this? Too quiet, too quiet. How about now? There we go. I just was looking through the filter settings and all that stuff, and I had an inbuilt to OBS filter that was upping the gain on the microphone by like 20 decibels. So it was, instead of just using the gain control that was on the microphone itself to get to the correct things, I was boosting my gain by 20 on top of whatever my gain gate on the microphone was. And so now I've just gotten rid of the other like built into OBS gain filter, and now we're just using the on mic gain filter, and it's in a much more reasonable position of like just past halfway. Way better. But yeah, it was kind of like, the expectation I had was we're gonna of course have a million issues today with all the stream infrastructure and stuff like that, because literally minutes before we were supposed to go live, they're like, hey, push through. It was like 20 something Intel updates for like different firmware things and stuff like that, and I was like, this is a ridiculously large number of just a ridiculously high number of things. And now we're gonna just have to figure them all together. Luckily, it didn't break the camera. That's always the first thing that I suspect is going to break when we have to push through things like this. It did break the mic this time, but we were able to fix the mic. That's good. But we're just gonna have to figure it out as we go, of like what exactly else is gonna be broken, because the answer is it could be anything, and I'll just have to figure that out. But not a bad idea. This is a good space to be in. Like I said, the economy is broken, but I don't think that was caused by the Intel updates that I had to update today. I don't think that was any way, shape, or form related to me. Although I do agree, economy has a whole bunch of other things that are going to break. And I just really need the government to hold together long enough to not cancel my benefits. I would really like to keep my health insurance, because I still don't have a job that gives me health insurance. Or enough money created for my job to pay for private health insurance. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. A place in your basement does provide me a place over my head, but it doesn't provide me healthcare. which helps pay for my neurology appointments and my migraine medication, which is the most important part of the healthcare that I have right now. But yeah, that's the morning that I have had, chat. It's been, which I mean, like, usually my mornings are a little bit stressful anyways, because it's usually just like trying to get something thrown together for food and like applying to various jobs. I had another position get matched for me for a biomedical field that I sent off an application to today. That was really nice. I've got a couple of other applications that I'm actively working on, and then this one was immediately derailed by this. It's crazy how one letter can just completely derail all of your plans for a day. And so I might be a little bit distracted during the stream today, and that is not any indication of my lack of appreciation for you and what you're doing, but it is also very much I do need to watch my email semi-closely to hear back from HR at my job in case they need any more information from me so that I can send the information to them. But I shouldn't need to give them anything. Hey, there you go. That's the secret, Midnight Campaign, is I'm also chilling at work. The thing is that my work, I get sort of kind of paid to play video games. And talk about soccer, which is what we're going to be doing right now, because right now we're tuning in here live, and this is kind of what I want to get time at the beginning of the stream to talk through. We're tuning in live to a whole bunch of World Cup qualification matches today that are actively being played and should be ending here anywhere between the next 5 to 10 minutes in the European Confederation to try and qualify for the World Cup here in June. As of right now, those matches, for a heads up and a reminder for people that are just tuning in or weren't here when we were talking about this on Friday, since it's a really interesting qualification window. We have in the World Cup qualification UEFA final, Bosnia and Herzegovina are playing host to Italy, Czechia is playing host to Denmark, Kosovo is playing host to Turkey, and Sweden is playing host to Poland. Currently, all of those games are in somewhere between the 82nd and the 87th minute, so we're coming to them right now, live at the end, breaking news. But we're going to just kind of sit around and watch and see how those all work out. As a live check-in right now, Bosnia and Herzegovina currently just got a answer-back goal in the 79th minute at home in Italy and in Bosnia, and so it is now 1-1 Bosnia and Herzegovina versus... I think that Chocobo is probably better served. Honestly, I think slow roasted and braised. Because as opposed to like chicken, which I think chicken is best served fried, but that's because if you're doing a fried chicken, usually you can get like a really docile chicken that hasn't needed to build up a whole bunch of muscle, and so you can get a lot of fat on a chicken. And then that can get you a really nice, crispy, and juicy, succulent fried chicken. I think because Chocobo are beasts of burden, you want to treat them less like chicken and more like beef or oxen and stuff like that. And they're going to have a lot of really tough, fibrous muscles, especially because like Chocobo kicks kill people. And so you want to go low and slow with that, with a lot of aromatics to let the tough meat soften up on its own and get rid of a lot of that connective tissue that holds it together. Very large crock pot, or I would honestly do it at a 250 in an oven for like 6 hours. But you'd put in a lot of your like aromatics. You'd do like halves of onions, a whole bunch of carrots and tuberous vegetables. You'd try to like get some amount of stock on that probably as well. You'd heavily season the skin of the bird, and you'd just like wrap it in foil at the last little bit. Smokehouse Chocobo is absolutely a restaurant. Low and slow on smoke would honestly probably be a great way to serve a Chocobo. Yeah. I think if someone just gave me chocobo meat and were like, "Hey, you got to prepare this," that would be my preparation options. Is I'd be like, "Okay, we got to go low and slow with this. We got to try and break this down because otherwise it's just going to be really, really tough and really hard to eat, and no one wants that in their meat. You also really don't want it to dry out, which is why, like, if you're really worried about it, or like if I was cooking it in a more arid climate or high altitude climate like the one that I live in, which is both arid and high altitude, I'd definitely do like this goes on the middle rack, and then on the bottom rack of my oven is a second tray of just water, so you're continually putting humidity into that environment, and you're able to just trap a lot of moisture inside that meat. That's my answer. But yeah, Bosnia and Herzegovina were able to equalize after going down to a Moise Kean goal in the 15th minute to the Italian visitors. They equalized behind Tabakovic in the 79th minute, and now they find themselves in the 85th minute. If Bosnia and Herzegovina finds a way to win this match in the next 10 minutes, Italy will not make their third World Cup in a row, which is crazy, and that is a high likelihood. Italy are playing currently with 10 men. They got a first half red card to 26-year-old Alessandro Bastoni, the Inter Milan center back. It was a straight red card. It didn't even get a yellow card first. For what kind of foul? Straight red card. Oh yeah, red card because they played a ball back to him from a goal kick, and then the high line of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the striker beat him to the ball, and because he was beat and it was just the striker and the goalkeeper between the ball and the goal, and he slid in to take him out, it's a denial of a goal scoring opportunity, straight red card. Bastoni was sent off. So that's what's going on in Bosnia. Czechia are in the 90th minute. They are currently tied in the 90th minute 1-1 with Denmark. Goal from Suk in the 3rd minute is the Czechs' only goal. And then Anderson in the 72nd minute. That game has literally 40 more seconds in regulation, and then it will go to extra time. Kosovo currently in the 90th minute, trailing by 1 to Turkey at home in Kosovo. The young nation, they're one of 3 nations in Europe that have never made a World Cup. They did not have a national team 10 years ago. This is kind of their first real serious national team like run to try and get into a World Cup. They are currently only 1 goal behind Turkey from an Ertuğrul goal in the 53rd minute. They did take a lot of opportunities and shots in this, but they were going to be probably pretty desperate. This does look like it's been a very tight match, and that Ertuğrul's game has just been the sole decider there. And then Sweden, just in the 88th minute, Sweden, who finished bottom in their qualifying group, and only got here through their performance in the Nations League, have earned their way all the way back up to now, going to the 94th minute of play, a 3-2 victory at home in Sweden over Poland. Graham Potter and his men, goals from Alonga, Lagerbielke, and Jokerej, have overcome goals to Zaleski and Swiderski. Honestly, crazy scenes here. But all these games should be wrapping up here. Czechia and Denmark is done. They are heading on to extra time. Sweden and Poland is done in the next 30 seconds or so. Poland throwing everyone forward, but Sweden still counterattacking. If that match hands, Sweden will make it back to the World Cup. After losing every single game in qualifying, they have somehow still made their way into a World Cup. Poland could not pull it off for one last hurrah for last hurrah for their talismanic striker, Robert Lewandowski, who has had an abysmal game in front of goal today. Kosovo and Turkey. Kosovo have 4 more minutes to try and get an equalizer in extra time before Turkey becomes declared winner of that match. Bosnia and Herzegovina are just entering the 90th minute. Bosnia and Herzegovina are knocking on the door. Donnarumma coming up with massive saves in the 87th minute to try and keep them still in this. It is just electric scenes coming out of Europa qualifying right now. At this point, we're now entering the 95th minute of 94 minutes of play in Sweden. Swedish fans probably just desperately willing for the final whistle to be blown. This is a game that they have absolutely stolen from Poland. Sweden managing only 33% possession. They had a 1.92 expected goal, and with that, Sweden is the first of your teams in the UEFA World Cup qualification final to make it to the World Cup, winning 3-2 in a game they absolutely stole from Poland. Poland had 67% possession. They had 15 shots, 3 shots on goal. They were only able to convert 2 of them. Sweden, on the other hand, able to convert 3 goals off of 10 shots, 2 of them being big chances. Massive congratulations to the Swedish national team and to their manager, Graham Potter. A team that truly no one thought was going to have a chance of getting into this. And then they have been able to just fight their way back into qualification. Thank you for the sub, Joe Delanoy. You subbed right as we were just about to talk about Gyökeres and how he scored to bring his national team to the World Cup. Bosnia and Herzegovina, they're finally in extra time. Another minute and a half in Bosnia. If the Bosnians can get a goal, they win this, and Italy is out of their 3rd World Cup in a row. Yeah, I mean, in the last 4 games for Sweden, he has scored 4... In the last 2 games for Sweden, he has scored 4 goals. And there was the 4 goals to get them into the World Cup. Like, it's a ridiculous return to form for Viktor Gyökeres. I haven't been watching any of the friendlies. They might be. I've mainly only been paying attention to the World Cup qualification. Because, like, the Netherlands is in. They're already qualified. They're playing today, but it's just to play for, like, a tune-up game against Ecuador. Yeah. Right now, it looks like they are still tied. I think that game's probably going to end a tie. But it's also crazy that, like, the Netherlands didn't score a single goal in that match. And Denzel Dumfries got a 12th minute red card. That's 12th minute straight red card, too, for Denzel Dumfries. No, I've been talking with my dad about the games a lot because he's been watching all of the U.S. men's team games that they've been playing during this friendly window. And the men's team has been so bad. We got absolutely blown out by Belgium last week. We play Portugal tonight. And all of the stuff I've been seeing about it coming into the match has been like interviews with Joao Felix, who's been just like, I don't think that the fans in the nation of the US even live for the sport, so the players aren't playing for anything. Like, we have pride in our fans here, and our fans will rip us to pieces if we don't put out a respectable performance. I think if the U.S. men's national team plays a bad game, no one will care. Which, I mean, true, but also, I don't want to hear that from Joao Felix. The $70 million man that has never amounted to anything. He was very good in... okay, so we have a full-time whistle called at the Bosnia-Herzegovina-Italy game. They end the regulation tied 1-1 after that late equalizer. Insane messenger. I was gonna say, it's a weird idea that they're like, Joao Felix is the guy we gotta get on mic to talk about this. Kosovo and Turkey has now become the second game. Kosovo were young, plucky, and hungry, but they did miss their shot. Turkey are able to just slip past the young upstarts and find their way qualified for the World Cup after a 1-0 victory in Kosovo. Aturkoglu, the Fenerbahce striker, the sole decider in that game. Czechia and Denmark have already kicked off their extra time. Bosnia and Herzegovina are going into extra time with Italy. We're going to have 30 more minutes of play minimum in those two games. And then we are going to get into penalties. Yeah, no, there's some crazy games going on today. There's, of course, like, the games that actually matter for things, which is the, like, Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Czechia-Denmark, which are still going on. Later today, there's going to be the Interconfederation Finals. So 3 o'clock Mountain Standard Time is going to be Jamaica versus the Congo. And then 9 o'clock Mountain Standard Time is Iraq versus Bolivia. And then in the other friendlies, Cameroon beat China. Australia absolutely dumpstered Curacao. Kazakhstan beat Comoros. Liberia drew with Libya. Montenegro lost to Slovenia. Norway only was able to draw with Switzerland. San Marino drew with Andorra. Serbia beat Saudi Arabia. Hungary and Greece were a draw. Haiti and Iceland were a draw. Panama beat South Africa. Benin beat Guinea. Morocco beat Paraguay. Peru drew with Honduras. Algeria drew with Uruguay. Cote d'Ivoire beat Scotland. Austria beat South Korea. Japan beat England today. Kaoru Matoma with the only goal in the 23rd minute. This has to be like Blue Lock in real life. Japan make history. Their first win over England is Asia's first win over England, and is a thoroughly deserved one too. Matoma's first half goal proved the difference in a 1-0 away win. Although Japan had chances in either half to add to that lead, there are jeers for the England team at the final whistle, and it is understandable after that performance. Their biggest attacking threat arrived in the form of late center back substitutes Maguire and Byrne. So that's already our first threat, like our first horrible news to hear for an English fan, is that the only good offensive threats for an entire game against Japan were substitute center backs Harry Maguire and Dan Byrne. Tuchel's side offered precious little in open play. There's plenty of work to do to get them ready for the World Cup in June. This is all from this last international until the end of the European club season. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, goodbye. This was a home game at Wembley. Like, this was an England home game at Wembley Stadium in front of the English fans, and they lost to Japan with a goal from none other than Kaoru Mitoma. Absolutely incredible. I'm in tears. This is such a wonderful result. Oh, we're up. The World Cup is international football. Is back. It is so back, and the World Cup this year. I don't care what you're gonna say about like the weird political climate it's gonna be in, or the host nations and things like that. It's just gonna be absolute scenes of just in the final tune-up games going into it, we're having results like this. We're like odds-on favorite to win the entire cup because, let's be honest, England is always going to be everyone's favorite, at least in the conversation, for one of the best teams in the world, just because of usually a myopic bias privilege from the fact that the English league is the most popular league in the world. And they lost to Japan today. Ridiculous. Netherlands drew with Ecuador. Slovakia beat Romania. Ukraine beat Albania. Wales and Northern Ireland drew. Senegal's beating Gambia. Spain is drawing to 10 men Egypt. We have USA Portugal tonight. Argentina Zambia. Canada Tunisia. Brazil Croatia. And Mexico Belgium tonight. Like, peak games, honestly. Truly, soccer is back. This is great. This is fantastic. So, it looks like it is all Czechia to start off extra time here. As Denmark are just giving up corner after corner. As Czechia are just trying to knock on the door and get anything going here. Krejci is still playing. He was the man of the match for them last week, scoring their go-ahead goal to get them into this position. Souček still on the pitch. Soufal still on the pitch. They've taken off Patrick Schick to start the second half, replacing him with Thomas Chori, 31-year-old striker out of Slavia Prague. Interesting. The Danish national team getting good results out of Christian Norgard. They brought on old man Christian Eriksen in the second half to sit in the center of midfield and try and pull some strings, but Bosnia-Herzegovina 4 minutes into the first half of extra time. Still currently nothing. No highlights on my commentary. So, still big scenes, still a lot of things to be coming from here. Absolute madness in this game is the fact that all of the things that have happened for the Bosnia-Herzegovina team to get them to this point all point back to one man, and that is 40-year-old captain of the Bosnian national team, Edin Dzeko, who apparently is still playing soccer. Edin Dzeko has been there and done it at the top level of the game for forever, and finds himself now at 40 years old playing for Schalke in the Zweite Bundesliga, and set up got the assist on the goal to get his team back into this match, and he might lead his team to a World Cup. When was the last time that Bosnia was in a World Cup? Because I'd be very inclined to believe it was also in the lifetime of Edin Dzeko. Yeah, 2014 tournament in Brazil, which was their first appearance. So they qualified for the first time in their history in 2014 when Edin Dzeko was on the team. And now for 2026, 12 years later, if they can eliminate Italy today with Edin Dzeko still on the team, 12 years later, he will have brought his nation to their only 2 World Cups in history. Which, I mean, the storylines and narratives that come out of just international qualifying are unparalleled. Other than setting up the goal, he didn't even get credit with an assist for that goal, by the way. He just set it up. He is not playing well, but he's still out on that pitch. And he will be probably until the end of this game. Italy has subbed off both of their starting strikers. bringing up Moise Keane and Matteo Retegui. Currently, it looks like the only striker that they have on the pitch is Francesco Pio Esposito, the 20-year-old Inter Milan phenom. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense. They had their center back, Bastoni, get a straight red card, so they probably pulled off a striker to just have more center backs again. But, I mean, congrats already to Turkey, and congrats to Sweden. Oh, we have had movement in the Czechia-Denmark game. None other than Wolverhampton Wanderers center back, Ladislav Krejci, of Czechia, to once again step up as captain for his national team. He scored the goal to get them into this game last week. Now in the 100th minute, he has hit another goal to bring Czechia back into the lead over Denmark. Czechia at this point has now led for most of this game. They had a lead until the 72nd minute, and now they have another lead in the 100th minute. This is an interesting event of just like, we see Krejci here, Ladislav Krejci, the center back, he's 26 years old, who's going to have the unique experience of bringing his national team all the way to the World Cup as their triumphant captain, and also getting relegated from the Premier League in the same season. Who actually owns his contract, since Krejci's at Wolves on loan? From Girona. Okay. But big move for Czechia. Czechia now looking like they're going to be sailing. They've got 2 more minutes, 1 more minute really, in the first half of extra time. Then they just have 15 more minutes of the second half of extra time that they have to hold out for. And then they will upset Denmark and knock Denmark out of the World Cup. Denmark has really kind of fallen in recent years from the heights of where they were in the 2010s. But it's what I was saying, chat. It's literally what I was saying. It's just like, as we were talking about it, this game was just screaming for a Krejci goal to just have him put the team on his back one more time. He scored their winner a week ago. It wasn't even a winner. It was their equalizer to go to penalties so they get there. He also then converted his penalty. He was the first up to take his penalty, leading from the front, and buried it. So, like, this is very much the young 26-year-old just taking the entire hopes and dreams of the Czechia people on his back and dragging his national team into a World Cup at this moment in time. And that is fantastic to see for the youngster. Well, not youngster. He's 26. But, like, you'd expect that to be coming from, like, Patrick Schick or Thomas Suchek or just any of these other people that have been like, these are our guy for the past, like, decade and a half or more. And it's like, no, Ladislav Krejci, 26-year-old center back, he's our captain. He's the guy that's going to lead from the front. He's going to just bury these goals. And with that, I think it looks like we're going into a second half here. Bosnia are just dominating possession, apparently, in extra time right now. They do They are absolutely outpossessing Italy. Italy looks like they are the worst team in this game. With the exception of Nicola Barella and Gianluigi Donnarumma, like, most of these Italian players do not look like they are playing well. Commentary is describing that they just look so tired, and like they've just been absorbing so much pressure ever since the red card. We just need to see if the Bosnians can continue to just bring a whole bunch of pressure, and if they can, just bury it. Okay. Check back in on Czechia. Okay, so they are in the pause of extra time in the Czechia-Denmark game. Teams will switch sides. Denmark has 15 minutes to try and find an equalizer in a game that, by the numbers, they have absolutely dominated. Denmark are currently losing this game to Czechia with 76% possession, an XG of 1.54, 20 shots on goal, 20 total shots, 6 shots on target, 2 big chances. They have 86% passing. They have 11 fouls committed, 3 corners. Just like in almost every metric, Denmark are clearly the dominant force in this game, but they don't have the dominance in the one statistic that matters, and that is goals. Czechia is sitting there currently with 2 goals, and if they can't get another goal in 15 minutes, the Danes are out, and Czechia is in. Bosnia-Herzegovina, minute and a half left in the first half of extra time. This is a game that Bosnia at this point should win. Like, they have all of the possession, 63% possession, XG of 1.54, 25 shots on goal. Well, 25 total shots, 10 of those on goal. 1 big chance. They haven't missed a big chance. 87% passing accuracy, 7 corners. Like, this is like the most dominant performance we have going on right now. They just haven't been able to equalize. They haven't been able to capitalize on their clear dominance. And honestly, I think Italy rates themselves with Gianluigi Donnarumma in goal, that if they can bring this all the way to a penalty shootout, that Donnarumma will be their hero. And honestly, I don't think that's a bad assumption for him. I think that's a very correct assumption. Okay. What else are we going to get here? Okay, we are back. We are back, chat. Okay, we also now have kickoff at DR Congo versus Jamaica. So that'll be going on. I think we have enough going on here that we can jump into the game. But it is very much, I'm going to be paying very close attention to these scores over here as we go forward, because I don't want to miss any of this just nail-biting action, especially since I think Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Italy should end in a very dramatic fashion, whether they make it all the way to penalties or Bosnia finally is able to capitalize on just the sheer dominance they've had for most of the second half. Like, the craziest thing in the world right now is Bosnia and Herzegovina getting a go-ahead goal in extra time at the end of the game, and it being scored by 40-year-old Edin Dzeko. Like, if we could get that timeline to be reality, huge. Controversy in that game. Apparently, 102nd minute yellow card for the Bosnians. A lot of shouts that it should have been a red card. Italian players absolutely furious about it. As Tarek Mumarovic from Sassuolo, the 23-year-old center back, gets a yellow card very late in this game. But let's jump into our game. We can continue watching these games for any late drama. But we've got some things to accomplish here today, chat, and that is we got 4 more games. We want to try and get to the point, like, so we were looking at this a little bit at the end of last Friday stream segment where we were doing this. Cesna FC, we need them to lose to Reggiana, Sampdoria, and then one of Palermo and Arezzo. And our whole goal is that we want to try and leapfrog Cesna and try and get into second place. Because if we get into second place, it's automatically into Serie A, and we don't have to play in a promotion playoff, and we don't have to try and win a promotion tournament. Which I don't know that we could do right now. Our run-in is Padova, Inter Milan Z23s, Sampdoria, and Reggiana, which is Padova, who is one of the worst teams in the league, which historically we have not been good against bad teams in the league. We're hoping to really turn that around today. And then it's against the 6th best place in the team in the league, the 3rd best team in the first best team in the league, and then our last game is at the 3rd best team in the league. And we are only 5 points out of automatic promotion, so if we can just get 5 more points than any of those teams above us in the last 4 games, we're in. We don't have to worry about it. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is we lose all 4 of our games, everyone else below us just keeps winning, and we end up in 10th place and we don't get promoted, and then, honestly, we just probably go bankrupt. Most likely scenario is that we stick in this 3rd, 4th place position, and we go into a playoff, and then we have to win a couple more games, and if we can win through all the playoffs, we end up going up to Serie A in the playoff promotion positions. But we really would like to continue to try and challenge for that 2nd place spot. So that's going to be the goal. But we have to start that by playing Padova, and then we have to play the U23s of Inter Milan. We are very much in a position, though, where all 4 of our games are must-win games. It's real end-to-end football in this Czechia-Denmark game at this point. Apparently we were signing this 19-year-old center back. Probably because he was dirt cheap. Okay, we back in the other game. Okay, Bosnia-Herzegovina and Italy have kicked back off again. That game is also back. Oh! Oh! Late scenes! Late scenes! Oh, it's crazy, chat! Breaking news! Kasper Versko, the Danish striker from Bodo Glimt, has scored an equalizer in the 112th minute off of a Denmark corner. Header from the center of the box. Late scenes here in Czechia at the Epet Arena. The Czech team that thought they had their go-ahead goal from Krejci, their captain, are now back in a draw with Denmark after none other than Bodo Glimt's own Kasper Ho brings them back level. Kasper Ho, who they brought on for Morten Hjolmand to push more people forward, getting it up to a second striker in their position, taking off a midfielder, pushing him forward. Crazy scenes. Absolute scenes. -4, -7, -8, -11, -13. Okay. It's already been just a crazy game match week here. Sweden, Poland. Seeing Sweden qualify over Poland. That means this is definitely the last time that any of us are going to get to see Lewandowski. We've already seen the last of Robert Lewandowski at a World Cup. We are never going to see that again. Italy and Bosnia. Literally nothing going on. In the second part of extra time. Okay, gotta get all of our... Mikkel Damsgaard is substituted off now in the 116th minute for Matthias Jensen. Jordan Bustin is getting worse, and at this point, he might be someone that we look to move on from in the offseason. Whether we get promoted or not, we just probably don't want Jordan Bustin anymore. Honestly, probably the same with Christian Riggio. Still all square in all 3 of our games currently. Okay, so Lombardozzi's out. We don't care about Lombardozzi being out. He wasn't going to play anyways. He's a backup of a backup of a backup. Mamadi and Giuseppe. This center back, right back that has 4.5 star potential is probably something that we should look into signing. Okay, so Tahoe, Pino, Reggio Bustin, Di Chiara from Omade, Netten, for Cassidy, Stones, for Castelnetta, Rasmussen, Semedo, Lagsier, Giuseppe. I'm fine with that. Where is Stan? Oh, Stanic is injured. Okay, so Luke Netten, Di Chiara, Perotti. Okay, we are in the last seconds of Czechia, Denmark, chat. Okay. Perotti. Where are all our midfielders? All of our midfielders are injured. Fasano, get in the team sheet. Nicky Stones, I know we took you out of the team sheet, but we want to keep you somewhat in the team sheet. There we are. Malahi and Sal. We are so injured. Like, all of our team is just hurt. Okay, we are playing against Padova here. They are the 18th ranked team in the league. Okay. We want to start as we want to continue, and that is winning all of these games. Okay, Czechia and Denmark has gone to penalties. They finished 2-2. Bosnia and Herzegovina are 3 minutes away from penalties against Italy. Yeah. Trying to figure out how I can get penalties up to date in this. Lagsir to Rasmussen. Mumade up to Lagsir. Okay. That was a great attack. I wish we could have actually got something out of it instead of just losing the ball. Thank you, ref. Okay, penalties? Penalties? When are these penalties starting? Okay, we're just waiting for penalties here in Czechia versus Denmark. Once again, Matej Kovar is the Czechia goalkeeper, PSV Eindhoven, 25 years old, the youngster. He's going to be the one standing in front of the sticks for Czechia here in this World Cup qualifying deciding penalty kick shootout. On the other hand, it is also 25-year-old goalkeeper Mads Hermansen, who currently plays for West Ham United. He is formerly of Leicester City. He is one of my favorite young goalkeepers in the world right now. I'm a big Mads Hermansen fan. He has had a very bad game today, whereas Kovar has had a very good game today. But those are your two goalkeepers. Samir Lagsir from the corner. Jordan Bustin can't keep it down. Come on. Head it towards the ground. Agreed. Not the best of headers from what I just saw. Jordan Bustin gets beat by the attacker. Oh, Kevin Lasagna, no! How dare you, Kevin Lasagna? Okay, Bosnia-Herzegovina versus Italy is also in the last minutes of play before going to penalties. We might have two matches in penalties here. Also, that was a horrible goal to give up. Jordan Bustin, you are 100% at fault for that. Ref? Oh, nope. No, okay, ref, we had the play. I know I called for you, but I may have called for you a little early. Okay, penalty missed. Rasmus Højlund was the first to step up for Denmark to take the penalty and hits the post with a left-footed shot and misses the penalty. So already horrible start for the Danish fans in the chat. Denmark, first to step up, first to miss. In response, Chori of Czechia scores his first penalty. Converts the penalty with a right-footed shot. Bosnia and Herzegovina and Italy have also gone into penalties. Samir Lexier, Pino tries to find Riggio in the box, but not there. Christian Eriksen converts his penalty. We are now tied on penalties, 1-1. Up next is the number 10 for Czechia. Thomas Suchek has now stepped up and scored his penalty for Czechia. Thomas Suchek puts them ahead again on penalties now, 2-1. Currently, it is a 100% conversion rate for the Czechia fans. And Rasmus Højlund, the former Manchester United hopeful, missing the first penalty to put Denmark on the back foot. Oh, let's go, Semedo. Semedo, find someone. Find something. Semedo. Oh, can't get it past the Cogno. A second penalty missed and saved by Matthias Kovar for Czechia. Denmark now down 2-1, having missed 2 penalties in the first 3. They need absolute heroics from Mads Hermansen for the next 3 penalties, for the next 2 penalties to even remain in this. Okay, we're building out from the back here. It's Provercelli. Lazy pass from Semedo into Giuseppe Coppola gets picked out. Krejci is up next to take his penalty. And the hero Krejci misses his penalty. Kevin Lasagna, why are you scoring 2 goals? We get distracted by Krejci missing his penalty, and then we come back and look that it's just Kevin Lasagna. Feeding Riggio, getting in behind. Jeez, Tahoe, what were you doing? Like, what was that positioning for Tahoe? Why was our goalkeeper outside of the goal? Things are heating up in this Czechia-Denmark game. Krejci's miss now makes it possible for them to come back in. Samir Lexier. Oh, but Matthias Jensen misses as well. Denmark have missed 3 penalties in their first 4. They need another massive save for the Danish team in this last penalty and to convert theirs to even have a chance of staying alive in this. Semedo. Ooh, that would have been a nice one from Matthias Rasmussen. Sajulek scores, and Czechia are going through. Czechia has won on penalties at home versus Denmark. The Danes are out of the tournament. The only thing left now is Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Italy. Penalties starting any minute now. Can we, in the meantime, figure out why we are letting Kevin Lasagna absolutely demolish us here? Bosnia and Herzegovina open the scoring. Tahirovic scores the first goal. Bosnia and Herzegovina take a slight lead of 1-0 over Italy in penalties. Surely through the nature of being able to shoot first, but Donnarumma wasn't able to prevent this shot from the spot. Nice Tahoe. Oh, and the Italians have missed it! Francesco Pio Esposito, the 20-year-old Italian phenom playing for Inter Milan, misses the penalty to take Italy into the World Cup. They are losing to Bosnia and Herzegovina in penalties 1-0. There's Laxier, plays it up to Giuseppe, back to Matthias Rasmussen. Matthias Rasmussen beats his man. Oh, he tries to take the shot. Deflected out, though. We really need to turn this game around. Losing 2-0 down to Padova is not how we wanted to start this stream. Tabakovic for Bosnia-Herzegovina steps up to the spot, buries it. That is a 2-0 lead for Bosnia-Herzegovina over Italy in the penalty shootout. And now we're down one more. Our defense is absolutely in shambles. I don't know what's going on here. But Sandro Tonali scores the second penalty for Italy. Jordan Bustin just gets beat again. Momade. Alija Begovic. Oh, there we go, Giuseppe. Way to pull one back. Alija Begovic scores a third penalty for Bosnia-Herzegovina. They are perfect from the spot so far. They really need something from Donnarumma to pull out a miracle here. Edin Dzeko hasn't even taken his penalty yet. Cristante here to take his penalty, and Brian Cristante misses! After 3 penalties, Italy are down 3-1. They need 2 saves and 2 conversions to even stay in the tournament. At this point, it looks like we are going to be living in the reality where Italy doesn't make it to their 3rd World Cup in a row. Okay, Matthias Rasmussen. One more goal before the end of the half, please. Matthias Rasmussen! Couldn't keep it down. Oh, it's over. It's over in Bosnia, folks. Bosnia and Herzegovina went 4 for 4 on penalties. While Italy only converted 1 of their first 3. And that sees Bosnia and Herzegovina eliminate Italy from World Cup competition. And for the 3rd World Cup in a row, Italy have not been qualified. The Italian national team, after going ahead in the 15th minute, going down to 10 men in the 41st, allowing an equalizer in the 79th, then proceeded to miss 2 of their 3 penalties. Well, Donnarumma could not save a single one, and they get eliminated 4-1 on penalties. Absolute scenes in Bosnia. Shambles for the Italian national team. Okay. Now, we'll check in periodically with the DR Congo and Jamaica to see which of those 2 nations qualifies. But we need to really lock in and focus in on what's going wrong here for Pro Vercelli. We are currently losing 3-1 to the 3rd worst team in the league. And we really need to figure that out. Giuseppe Coppola scoring right before halftime was good. I have to message my dad. If there's any number 1 Italian soccer hater in the world, it is my father. Pino. Horrible tackle on Torre there. Semedo, nice tackle. Giuseppe Coppola played in. Thank you, ref. Thank you. And your Casade finds Samir Lags here. Could not find Castelnata. Someone stay on Kevin Lasagna. He's on a hat-trick watch. Nice Semedo. Castelneta tries to play in Giuseppe Coppola in behind. Cannot beat the defender, though. Rasmussen up to Samir Lags here. Crazy tackle in the box. Okay, Samir Lags here to put this near post. Jordan Bustin, please actually win this header and do something with it. Didn't. Semedo picks it up at the edge of the box, though. Rasmussen plays it back into Laxier. Laxier loses the ball. No one to help him. Pino with the long throw. Finds Riggio. Back out to Pino. Tries to work it back in. Riggio, top of the box. Takes the shot. Hits the post. Caught by the goalkeeper on the rebound. Nice Mamad. There we go. Plays it up to Lagsir. Back to Mamad. Mamad beats his man. Lagsir, why was that where you were? Pino for Perotti. Semedo for Malahi. Lagsir for Sal. Okay. Take the penalty. Inya Casade, we should probably also take off here soon. He's just had a bad game. Nice Sal. Sal works it in. Giuseppe. Oh, come on, Giuseppe. Put that in the back of the net. Don't just fall over. Sal. Back to Momade. Riggio. Jordan Bustin. Rasmussen. Castellanata. Perotti. Perotti finds Malahi. Malahi! Oh! We'll take a corner. We'll take a corner. Inya Casade for Luke Netten. Nice, Tahoe. Way to catch that. Way to catch that. What was that? That was a weird animation. There we go, Netten. Giuseppe. Giuseppe beats his man. Giuseppe. Osano Sal. Oh, come on. I know what he went for there with trying to get to, like, the far post, but... Rasmussen for Nicky Stones. Sal? Sal? Come on, come on, come on. Nicky Stones, crashing back post. Okay, we'll take a throw in. Malahi can make a long throw. Nicky Stones wins it. Can't get it past the goalkeeper, though. Bustin to Perotti. Perotti takes it wide. Back to Riggio. Back up to Perotti. Perotti tries to play it into Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones gets it. Back to Perotti. Perotti back post to Sal. Sal! Oh! Uncontested header. Can't do anything better with that. Nice Perotti, way to win that. Netin finds Sao out on the wing. Mamad tries to find Malahi. So many people on Malahi. Reggio wins the ball on the clearance. Netin. Castelneta. Sao. Sao can't beat his man. Momade wins that though. Castellaneta. Nicky Stones immediately takes it away. Reggio wins the header. There we go. Nicky Stones out wide. Nicky Stones puts it in towards Giuseppe. Giuseppe didn't even look like he jumped for that. Netin to Castelnata. Back up to Mamade. Sao tries to play it back to Mamade, but cut out by the defense. This is a lot of good possession out of Provercelli here. We are really knocking on the door, but we need to get this to turn into an actual attempt on goal. Momade, top of the box. Tries to play it to Nicky Stones. Perotti finds Nicky Stones. Finds Malahi. We are taking the game to Calciopa Vadova, but we really need to get it in the back of the net. And twice. Mamade to play it in. Nicky Stones back post. Giuseppe? Giuseppe in behind? Giuseppe? Oh, he had Malahi back post, but he couldn't get it past the keeper. Giuseppe. Malahi in behind. Malahi one-on-one with the keeper. Malahi, no! Malahi, that was beautiful! Mohamed Malahi, how did you miss that? Nicky Stones. Sao. Sao? It's another corner. Short corner here. Nicky Stones to Castelneta. Back to Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones. Back post to Momade. Can't beat the goalkeeper with that. Jordan Bustan to Nicky Stones. Out to Perotti. Back to Malahi. Back to Perotti. Perotti. Malahi. Malahi. Oh, Giuseppe! Giuseppe! Just put a toe on it, Giuseppe! Nice net then. Perotti puts it in. Castelneta finds Sao. Oh! Honestly, insane game from Zaccagno here. Like, their goalkeeper has played lights out today. Nice Mamad. So, you've got Mamad on the outside. Or just lose the ball. Nice Bustin. Sao. Mamad. Nice Sao. Giuseppe. Giuseppe. couldn't beat the goalkeeper to the ball. Nice Tahoe. Castelneta is in behind. Castelneta. Is this a late penalty? Is this a late penalty? Castelneta, I would kiss you. Penalty awarded. Okay. We have Nicky Stones on the pitch, do we not? We want no time wasting. Okay, Nicky Stones. Can you get us back in this game, please? Nicky Stones, everybody. Spirit bomb for Nicky Stones. Okay, there we go. We're right back in it. We're right back in it. One goal. It's been all Pro Vercelli this second half. We've been knocking at the door. We haven't been able to put something in. Now we've seen the ball go in the back of net. We can see it happen one more time. Once again, another incredible attempt from the goalkeeper there. Malahi, in behind. Couldn't beat his man to the ball. We got 5 minutes to score an equalizer here, chat. Okay, 2 more minutes, 2 more minutes. They are now just wasting time. Now the game's over now. Huge save from Tahoe to not let it go down 4-2. We were such the better team here. Such the better team. That puts us in a really tricky spot in that we now have to play 3 of the best teams in the competition and we have to win every single game. We're now 8 points behind second, so our goals of getting to second are over. We just want to hold on to as high of a seeding in the playoff as we can get. Perotti and Nicky Stones were in the team of the week. The Bologna youngster. That's a pretty good winger. I mean, he's already a better winger than Sao, which is nice. Tahoe is making development? Is he getting better at any things we want him to be better at? Agility is still a 12. Reflexes are a 13, so that's a +2. Aerial reach is a 14. So that's a +4. So Tahoe's actually worse than he was. He's a +4 now. But he's getting better at all of his other things. Like, this positioning going up is good, since he was in such a bad position for one of those goals in that last game. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry. Getting a lot of back cracks there. That felt really nice. Okay, we are now entering 3 must-win scenarios in a row. We have to beat Inter U23s. We have to beat Sampdoria, and we have to beat Reggiana. Guy would be a great attacking midfielder. We don't play attacking midfielders, though, so... Yeah. Castelneta has been improving. Acceleration going up is good. Composure going up is good. Anticipation going up is good. Like, he's getting a lot better. Already he's better than this -13, and we just rated him. Anticipation now gets him to a -4. Acceleration gets him to a -6. Composure, pace, dribbling is now a -9. Jumping reach, -11. He's already 2 better than he was, and we rated him like 2 days ago. So, like, he's getting better really fast. Just a couple that did score in that last game, which is nice. I think that gets him to like 10 goals this season, maybe only 9. But it's still his highest scoring season ever, so this is... We are getting improvement in the places we want to be getting improvement, is the main takeaway here, chat. Okay. Try and keep just people engaged and happy. Do our best. Okay, checking in at halftime with the DR Congo and Jamaica game. Still 0-0. Very even game, all things considered. 49-51% possession split, 4 shots versus 3 shots, both only with 1 shot on target. The only big chance of the game coming for DR Congo. They played Francisco Pio Esposito. Oh, Ferruccio Esposito. Okay. It's a different Esposito. I saw an F Esposito. I'm like, they played Francisco Esposito? How? He plays for Inter. This is the Juventus U20s. Okay, at this point, we're just going to play only the bangers. All bangers, all the time. Urigio and Bustin, I think, are still our best players that are fit. Let's filter out not at club and unavailable. Stanic is hurt, so we can't play Stanic. Urigio, are you still even a +3? Jumper reach, he's a +1. Pace, he's a -1. Acceleration, he's a -1. So he's now at a -1 overall. Work rate, -2. Anticipation, +1. So Cristian Reggio is in fact a -1. So I don't think we want to actually be playing Cristian Reggio. So we'll replace Reggio with David Delo Russo and Jordan Bustin. Delo Russo has a right foot, perfect. If we're going to put both of them on, though, I do actually think I want our out of possession instructions to be a lower defensive line because both of our defenders are slow. Chiara Netten, Rasmussen, Nicky Stones, Lagsier, Malahi, Giuseppe. Then CS, Kosier, Reggio, Pino, Grillo, Cassidy, Vukioi, Gastelnetta, So Semedo, Fofana, Gerardo just plays like every position. Potentially be really good. Hi, Lewis Jameson. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. You've come in a very tense time as we have 3 games left in this Serie B season, and we are trying to give ourselves the best possible chance at promotion. But we, started with 4 games left, and our first game that we had was supposed to be our gimme game. It was against 18th in the league, Padova. While we are 4th in the league, and then we lost 3-2. So now everything is just real tense. We're hoping that the bad juju of the Italian national team is not looking over us as we're trying to play in Italy. Because the Italian national team failed to qualify for their 3rd World Cup in a row today, losing in penalty shootout to Bosnia. Nicky Stones! Oh, nice little cheeky move to try and get that to Giuseppe Coppola, but couldn't get it past the keeper. We'd really like to get a win here against the U23s. Viva la Bosnia, indeed. No, it's been a wild game, a wild day for qualification. We get Bosnia in, we get Czechia in, Sweden in over Poland. The only game that went the way anyone predicted it was going to go was Turkey over Kosovo. Okay, that was a bad pass. It's like, even in the non-qualified games, some wild stuff happened. My favorite match result so far of the day is the fact that Japan beat England 1-0, which was hilarious to me. I mean, the Japan national team is good, and they've been getting a lot better as they've been playing. Rip Italy indeed, Sam Jamex. The second I saw the result, I texted you, because I was just like, you, of all people, would appreciate this information as, like, one of the #1 Italy haters. I mean, agreed they were, but it is still just like, you'd still think a team that has Jordan Pickford, Mark Gahey, Elliot Anderson, Cole Palmer, Phil Foden, Anthony Gordon would not lose to Japan. Especially when they're then bringing on, like, James Gardner, Marcus Rashford, Dominic Solanke, Jared Bowen, Lewis Hall, Dan Burn, Harry Maguire. Like, these are... It's not like they play... Like, they started the B team, but they... Like, every single one of those teams was probably... Players was better than their compatriot on the other side, with the exception of, like, maybe Gordon and Mitoma. And Mitoma did score the go-ahead goal. Oh, huge shot from Jordan Bustin there. Rasmussen to put this in. Couldn't get David Di Russo on the end of it. Which, I mean, like, just looking at it, like, this team isn't that different from the team that England is going to be bringing to the World Cup. The only one of their starters that, like, didn't make the... Like, the real surprise there is that, like, they don't have Kane for this international break, and then that they didn't play Jude Bellingham at all. Okay. Nice press. Oh, Mohamed Malahi, how dare you? Oh, you tempt me so, and then I remember you're so bad at finishing. Nicky Stones. Plays it off to Perotti. Tries to get it back into Nicky Stones, but that's just not going to get there. Oh, Luke Netton's got that, though. Luke Netton is like one of my favorite profiles of player, of just like, this is a DM who's good enough to play. Oh, there's Nicky Stones! Nicky Stones! Gets our go-ahead goal. There we go. There we go. Great to get that. Nicky Stones just dribbles past Berenbroek and Van Oystel. Buries that in the back of the net. Huge goal from our leading goal scorer, our best player, Nicola Pietra and Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones then tracking back on the defense there to pick out that pass too. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Nicky Stones. Samir Lagsier, back to Rasmussen. Eventually, Giuseppe Coppola has to win one of those long balls into him, right? I love that from us, David Del Russo. You are so slow and so young and so bad at your position, but you have 18 jumping reach and you're 17 years old. And you're like 6'7". Okay. Sailing over the crossbar we can take. Sailing over the crossbar is totally fine. Tahoe gets to Chiara. Chiara finds Rasmussen. Coppola, please be on sides? Yeah, you definitely weren't, but I doesn't... Like, it's not bad for me to ask. Be like, please? Nice, Samir Lagsier. Way to cut that out. I mean, I've seen better play, Giuseppe, but you didn't lose it this time, and I will be happy for that. Perotti? I'll take a corner, Perotti. Rasmussen plays it short. That was a very dramatic header to clear that. Going at like shin level, and they're like, I gotta dive for it. Sorry, no other way. There's no possible way I could pick up my foot and just kick this. Book gets a talking to. Dangerous corner, dangerous free kick. Matthias Rasmussen can score these. Malahi back to Giuseppe. Giuseppe long driven. There you go. Close. Good shot. Good attempt from Giuseppe. I don't disparage him for taking the shot. Luke Netton now plays it into Malahi. Nicky Stones. Malahi. Perotti. Don't love that finish from our right back. Would have preferred a better shot from our right back. Malahi finds Lagsier. Back out to Malahi. To Chiara. That's not testing the goalkeeper at all. Okay, Perotti. Netton. Nicky Stones coming down the right-hand side. Oh, he glides past his man. Glides again. Glides again. Oh! Lucky deflection from the Inter Milan U23s. Nicky Stones was about to put them to the sword. This is what we want to see. To be fair, we absolutely dominated against Padova too, and we lost that 3-2. So like we can't rest on our laurels with how good our numbers are right now, but that is the kind of statistics that we want to see. If we get numbers like that more often than not, we win games. Luke Netton, Gianluca. Gianluca plays it in. Oh, Luke Netton, top of the box? Nope, plays it out. That is the one downside of having a Luke Netton profile, of just like, this is a center back that just is really good at passing, and so we play him at DM, so we essentially have 3 center backs on the pitch. Is that he's also then not good at taking just those absolute worm burner long shots from the top of the box when he finds himself in that position of just like, hey, the ball bounced out, I'm just outside the 18-yard box, I can just like put my leg through this and we'll get something out of it. He's never going to be that guy. Lagsier finds Giuseppe. Nicky Stones. Rasmussen's in behind. He waited so long that his defender was able to get back in front of him. I needed to just rip that, Rasmussen. Nicky Stones, back post. Lagsier picks it up. Oh. Tries to take the shot, and A, it was a bad shot, and B, it immediately hit the defender, so I think even if the defender didn't get in front of that, that was going just so far wide. Lagsier. With time. Di Chiara. Giuseppe Coppola? He won that header. Di Chiara. Di Chiara will shoot. I don't want Di Chiara to shoot, but he will. He'll do it. He'll dare you to stop him. Teixeira, Fiorgilino. Sick name. Ebenezer Akinsenmiro. Insanely cool name. Nice, Tahoe. Okay, so Chiara to Lagsier, back to Chiara. That's our tiki-taka, our little triangles. Got Lagsier back. Okay, I like the ball towards our striker. Oh, I don't like that Malahi's down behind the play. We kind of really need Mohamed Malahi as part of this whole try to win these next 3 games. Can you let us nurse you through to halftime, Malahi? Nah, come on, Lagsier. That was a perfect tackle. You just then let him run away with the ball. Bustin, that's a less than ideal tackle, but... Okay, that's also bad since he's now suspended for the next match, and we don't have a ton of other options. We do have Kosier who can play. I like the dive from Ebenezer there because it gave us a goal kick. Rasmussen. Giuseppe! Oh, he's finally in behind! Just a little quicker on the release, Giuseppe. Is it worth, like, training Giuseppe to try first-time shots? I mean, he's just actually not that good. There we go, Malahi. He tried that. He is injured, so I'm not going to fault him for why that run didn't work. I'll celebrate that he tried it, even with his injury, instead of be mad that it didn't work, because he is very injured. It's wild that we only have one goal in this game, is my current take. Okay. Doing well. We can find another gear, take charge of this match. I want to look at Mohamed. Malahi, potential knee injury. We're not going to give him a chance to just make it worse. We'll bring on Yohar Semedo. Yohar Semedo should be better equipped for this. In that he's not injured. Malahi is definitely the better player, but Semedo is not nursing a knee injury, and that's just already better for us. Come on, Giuseppe. A little bit better execution on that pass. Oh, jeez. Jump scare there. Jump scare. Shot out of nowhere. There we go, Tahoe. Way to go out there and be imperious. Take that ball. Own your space. Perotti. Oh no, Del Russo. He made his mistake for the day. Okay, now we really need to step it up because now we're tied again and we need to win this. That was the one downside to playing the 17-year-old. Oh, Semedo's in behind though. Semedo, how did you miss that? And then Giuseppe, how did you miss that? Giuseppe Coppola kicked Giuseppe Coppola for missing that, for sure. Nice, Tahoe. De Chiara. Lagsier, Rasmussen. Oh, jeez. Ebenezer Akson Miro. Okay, Giuseppe, I need you to hold on to that a little bit better than that. Okay, good defense there. Okay, and he was offsides. Perfect. Nice, Bustin. Way to read that pass. Netin, what was that, though? You're just like, I'm going to make a big, long kick forward when there's a guy directly in front of me, and I'm just going to kick it straight into his head. Okay. So we're going to have to bring off Laxir here in a moment. And bring on Sao. Okay. Good block, Perotti. Nice Tahoe. Way to pick that up. Nice, Nicky Stones. Giuseppe, time and space. Oh, they're closing on you, Giuseppe. Rasmussen? We told them not to take long shots, but he took it anyways. He came pretty close. Laxir for Sao. Perotti for Pino. Gianluca for Josue. Another corner. Rasmussen. Semedo, top of the box. Can't keep it just quite down enough. Like, literally a foot lower, and that's at least a corner. Jeez, we just are letting them get away with stuff like that, I guess. Oh, he was offsides. Perfect. Get Pino. Finds Nicky Stones. Giuseppe. There we go. He got to the ball first. Josue Grelu. Sao beat his man. That was a searching ball. Nicky Stones was at least lucky enough to get to it. We'll take a foul just outside the box. We can probably get a goal off of that. Rasmussen. Giuseppe. Luke Netton. Oh, he took the shot finally. Just went directly off of the defender's face. Grelu puts it into Coppola. I'll take a corner kick. Giuseppe at least shot that one too. That was great. We are really ramping up our pressure here. I want to give an encourage to the boys. De La Russo. Oh, massive save from the goalkeeper there. De La Russo thundered that header. Okay, Pino. Shut down Gonstad. Okay. Pushed that wide. Tahoe was watching the entire time. Netton. Pino. Pino beats his man. Pino. Pino? What was that, Pino? Like, you've scored enough goals for us that I'm fine with you taking the shot, but that was literally, like, straight in the air. Wow. That's the goal that we lose to? That's the goal. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Now we're losing. I don't know what that just was. That was a weird thing to have happen. Semedo! Oh! Emi Your Semedo! There you go! That's perfect! In off the post. Redemption for his miss earlier. Look at this beautiful pass from Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones picks it up in the middle of the pitch. Semedo starts this run in behind on the backside. Gets backside of his defender. Perfectly weighted ball. Stuck in the no man's land between the attacker and the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper can't close down the shot enough. Perfect. Okay. Corner kicks less than ideal, but we'll take it. Nicky Stones now with a goal and an assist in this game. Okay, now he's going to run out to this ball. Start the counter. Finds Pino. Pino? Come on, Pino. You need to beat your guy. Okay, they just clear it back up to Reggio. We still maintain possession. Grillo finds Rasmussen. Vector was with Grillo. Grillo works it in towards Semedo. Pino in towards Nicky Stones. Ref, is that a penalty? Is that a penalty? Is Nicky Stones going to save the day again? Nicky Stones, you're still on the pitch. You're still our penalty guy, right? There he is. Okay, Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones won the penalty. Nicky Stones takes the penalty. Nicky Stones, come on, Nicky Stones. Nicola Pietra. Va, va, va. Oh. Celebrated so hard it made me sneeze. Oh, let's go, Nicky Stones. Okay. At this point now, we're going to drop back down to attacking. And then we're going to start really ramping up the time wasting. We're just going to kill this game. We've got a 1-goal lead. It's from none other than our absolute hero, Nicky Stones. Wow, Pino, I can't believe you won that header. Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones! Oh! Giuseppe, just like stick out a foot, man. Thank you, thank you. We'll take an offsides. Jordan Bustin, Luke Netton, Giuseppe Coppola, Jose Grelot, Sal's in behind. Nicky Stones for a hat trick. Nice, Reggio. No nonsense. Wow, crazy ball from Sal there. Yeah, Sal's not going to win that on the left there. He's not a header guy. Okay. Pirola. Oh, jeez. Minor heart attack there. Tahoe. Just waste time. Medu. Luke Netton. Nicky Stones in behind. Nicky Stones. That was almost a Nicky Stones hat trick. That would have been huge. Nicky Stones hat trick. Oh, the Nicky Stones hat trick! We've spoken into existence. Nicky Stones with the hat trick. Absolute incredible scenes. Pro Vercelli took an early lead, and then they went down 2-1, and off the back of Nicky Stones, they've gotten 2 goals and an assist from the man in the second half to bring them up to a 4-2 victory over the Inter Milan U23s. Oh, Nicky Stones, take a bow. Fantastic results from Nicky here. Are they not crediting him with that third goal? Are they trying to give that away as an own goal? No, they gave it to him. There we go. 3 goals from our star player, Nicky Stones. This season has taught me one thing, and that's that we should not accept anything less than like $1 million to $2 million for Nicky Stones if people inevitably come in to try and buy him. Gunstead has to have been offsides. Nicky Stones sinks the rock 100%. Nicolo Pietra. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. Gonstad here. Just barely on sides. Rasmussen is the one keeping him on. Tahoe almost saved that too. Now I'm glad that Nicky Stones got his hat trick because we needed that. Otherwise we would have tied this game. Now I just really need the ref to blow this whistle. End this game, ref. Why? How? Ref, the game was supposed to end 90 seconds ago. Now we're drawing this game? This is ridiculous. This is a crazy game. Crazy, crazy game. Well, Nicky Stones, even with a hat trick, we could not hold on to that. Oh! That's fun. Football Manager crashed. Well, let's investigate. We still have another, like, hour and a half that we want to be playing that game today. Use this as a little break. Look at, our live scores. 80th minute now between Congo and Jamaica. Still 0-0. Still a very even game as far as possessions is concerned. Congo has literally doubled all of their statistics from when we checked in the first half. They're now at 8 shots, 2 on target, 1 big chance. So I don't know what just happened to the game. Did Nvidia push like a weird driver update? They didn't. There's a driver update to the studio driver, but we aren't using the studio driver. We're using the game driver currently. Please tell me the bad repping crashed the game. Fair. We're going to see if we have to replay that game. We have to... Okay, so what happens is we have to now replay that entire game against the Inter Milan U23s. Which, I hate the shenaniganery of it all. But... it is... Since that game was just so good. That game was fantastic. Like, it really set us back. Because, like, now, Nicky Stones isn't going to get a hat trick. Hopefully we don't need him to, but... we get to look at this attacking midfielder that they say we should sign, that I'm like, yeah, he's great, but we don't play attacking midfielders. And now Giuseppe Coppola got injured? No, that's not what I want to look at. What I want to look at is this. Yeah, because that would have gotten Nicky Stones to 20 goals this year. If that hat trick had stood. Okay. Is Giuseppe Coppola back, please? Because we do need... Jacob. The fact that they're telling me I need to start Mohamed Malahi leads me to believe no. We didn't lose to the Juventus U20s this time, though. So already in this version of the future, we're doing a little bit better. Giuseppe Coppola literally gets back to full fitness tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, I'm willing to risk it. See, there's the part of me that's like, we should use the confirmation bias if we know how bad the last game went, that we should change some things, but I don't want to do that. I want to use the same people that we used and just try and be as faithful to the performance as we can be. Gastelneta needs to be Rasmussen. And then switch with Cassidy, and then Cassidy needs to be Nikki Stones. Giuseppe Coppola is so injured that they literally won't let me pick him. Pino, Momade, Vukioi, Cassidy, Castelneta, Sao, Emilio Arsamedo. Some reason I didn't put Pino back on this list. Okay. Pino can go here now, I guess. And then Dada Fofana. Will you let me pick this team? They will. Okay, they're going to let me play Giuseppe Coppola even though he's injured. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us. But we're going to try this. The match we should be winning, make sure that we do. Okay, take 2 of our U23 Inter Milan game. Come on, Perotti, get there. Great idea from Giuseppe Coppola to play that ball out wide. Unfortunately, Perotti could not get there. Also, what was that, Mohamed Malahi? Just rush up behind Benbrook and just shove him into the dirt? Jeez. Almost immediately conceding to Inter Milan U23s there. Is it because our out of possession? It's we didn't lower our line, so we're gonna get caught behind a little bit. There we go to Chiara. Oh, long ball into Laxier. Luke Netten. Just a little lower, Netten. Just a little lower. Just bring it down a little bit. That was almost a turnover in the box off of that press. Okay, Perotti, that was an interesting attempt there. I don't hate it. I don't like that it was so bad. Like, love the idea, hate the execution. Let's use that as the wording. Okay, Jordan Bustin, way to recover on the defending there. Nice legs here. Malahi now to start the counter. Could not beat his defender, though. Nice, David Del Russo. Oh, Perotti own goal? No! This is the worst timeline! Last time we scored in the first 8 minutes. This timeline, we score an own goal in the first 15. We found Perotti. Jeez, Perotti is having a terrible game. We're going to go more aggressive, more attacking. I don't like being down 1-0. The game's already been doing weird stuff today. We don't need to give it any more excuses to be doing weird stuff. Lagsier. Okay. Perotti. No. Okay. This time their player can have a weird non-contact injury? You have Perotti out on the wing. Malahi and Perotti. Malahi! Perotti! Hey, redemption Perotti! He scored the own goal. He scored the opening goal. It's 0-0. It's 0-0. We're 0-0. It's 0-0 again, baby. Perotti. Yes. The tactical change is that I want to go back down to attacking. Nice, Nicky Stones. Huge defensive pressure. Chiara finds Coppola. Giuseppe finds the back of the net. Please be onside, Giuseppe. Please be onside. That was the perfect striker's goal. That would have been a 10th goal. This is his 10th goal. Yes, Giuseppe! Giuseppe gets his 10th goal, and we go up 2-1. Let's go. I hit the wrong button there. I'm trying to hit create clip. Let's go. Giuseppe Coppola, man. Let's go. Nicky Stones finds Malahi. Ooh, Malahi, way to get that ball. Out to Perotti. Luke Netton making the channel run this time. Interesting. Okay, Matthias Rasmussen here. Short corner to Davide Del Russo. Finds Rasmussen. Rasmussen finds Stones. Del Russo. Perotti. Rasmussen. Del Russo wins that header. Okay. Di Chiara. Akinsan Miro. Okay. Okay. We start the highlight with a U23 goalkeeper holding the ball. Plays it out to Hedluf. Berenbruch. Out to Mata. Back to Teixidor. Akinsan Miro. Nice. Huge save from Alain Tahoe. Huge save. Okay, Tahoe, I want you to claim this. Or Perotti. Perotti can get there. Stay in front of him. Stay in front of him. Wow! Wow! Again, we get undone. Hi, Oasis are goated. It's going disappointing. We are replaying a match that we previously drew 4-4 against the Inter Milan U23s. Because the second the game ended, the entirety of FM26 crashed, which, you know, gotta love a finished game. And now we are 40 minutes into the replay, and it is 2-2. We just conceded that absolute shocker of a goal. And then our first goal was our right back decided to commit his first own goal of the season. And then, admittedly, he did score our opener. And then our number 9 finally scored his 10th goal of the season. In the third to last game of the season, which was nice. But, you know, it's high stakes. It's high drama. We're, you know, replaying a match that we were leading at one point 4-2 and then ended up drawing 4-4 with 2 last-minute goals literally in the 93rd minute and then in the 95th minute of a 95-minute game, or 96th minute of a 95-minute game, where I'm like, ref, I was like literally shouting at the ref to call the time, to blow the whistle, and then they scored the equalizer. Okay, Gianluca, I don't know that that was necessary. Thank you. Your consolation helps. I'll take the pity. At this point, it is just we have to figure out how to turn this around in the second half. Also a Blue Jays fan. I lived in downtown Toronto for about 2 years. And we used to have like a uniform that I'd wear every time we played Football Manager. But then we started losing a lot of games, so I started getting superstitious about the uniform. And also, I can't find the top for the uniform anymore. And so we've just been wearing miscellaneous sports gear that I own. So right now, we're Blue Jays. And it's less of a I'm a fan and that like I follow and watch every game, and more just I lived in Toronto for 2 years, and because of that, I now support the Blue Jays when I need to pick a baseball team to support. I was very heartbroken still when we lost in the last game of the World Series last year, though. That still affected me. Thanks! Yeah. No, it's been nice because it's just like living in a major city like that gives you a lot of... I appreciate it. Most of my family are Yankees fans. And so they were also kind of cheering on the Blue Jays a little bit. The annoying part for it for me was that when the World Series was happening and we were watching the final game, I had a whole bunch of friends over and we were having a Halloween party, watching the last game of the World Series and playing a D&D one-shot. And one of the people that I had over was my roommate's girlfriend. And she's just like a huge Angels fan, but became an Angels fan like in the Ohtani they have $1 billion era. And she was not, let's just say she was not graceful in victory, which was a real, like, feel bad as the guy that was, like, sitting there trying to host this party, but also was the Blue Jays fan in the room of just like, oh, you don't have to, like, congrats, you won, but you don't have to be, like, so mean about it. Okay, chance from this free kick here. See, the thing is, like, I don't have a strong opinion on it in general. My take on it is that, like, fandom for any sports team in any sport is gonna be a mixed bag. And a lot of it depends on, like, the individual, the person, the team, and then like how long they've been a fan. And a lot of those have been like I think that if you're a Dodgers fan that's been a Dodgers fan for like 50 years and you're from the LA area, in my experience, most of the people I've met that fit that criteria are pretty chill, and they just are really, really happy about the current situation and that their team is now like the best team in the world. And they're like, we've suffered long enough, this is great. And for that, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. It's the same people as like the people that are like, it's the same feeling I have for like in a soccer analogy of like the people that, and I admittedly have never met anyone that says this, but the people that say like, yeah, I've been a Man City fan for 50 years, and like my family's from Manchester and we've been City fans for generation after generation. My take on that would be like, my personal feelings about current Man City aside, I would be like, oh, well, like, you're probably pretty chill. You've had the loyalty to a club for forever. It clearly means a lot to you. Okay, Perotti. And so even if I find the current situation of Manchester City not great, if that's the Man City fan that I'm talking to, I'm like, hey, they probably can get a pass. Okay, Gonstad going down is huge for us. He's their best goal scorer. So Lagsier could come off. David Del Russo for Reggio before he can make a mistake. Patson NFL is another really, really good, a really good poll for that analogy, especially like 2000s Brady era Pats fans, having lived through that. It was like, yeah, everyone wants to be a Pats fan because the Pats win literally everything. And it's just such an easy bandwagon jump. But yeah, I admittedly, I can't speak to stories about that. Hey, you know what? I get it. I'm not really an American football fan at this moment in time. Like, I don't have a team that I subscribe to. I enjoy watching a lot of different things. Like, since I'm a big, like, the way that I enjoy American football is entirely through the lens of fantasy football, which, not having a dedicated, like, this is my team makes fantasy football actually a lot of fun, because then I can just root for my individual players on my fantasy team, and they're on a variety of teams. That being said, if I had to pick one, it would probably be, at this point, the Eagles. And it's entirely just because, like, as much as I lived in Toronto for 2 years, and, like, the Toronto analog is very much just like you become a Bills fan, because literally I could see Buffalo from my apartment in downtown Toronto for the entire time that I lived there. When I was in college, my family moved to Pennsylvania for a couple of years. And the second you've had any amount of people in your life live in Pennsylvania, it becomes, like, ingrained in their DNA that they are Eagles fans. And so at this point, I'm just like, yeah, you know, I'll roll with it. I'll be an Eagles fan. Why not? But I do like the Bills. I think the Bills are a lot of fun to watch. I generally find myself rooting for them. See, there you go. Sam Jam X immediately coming in. I mentioned the Eagles once. See, for me, what saves me a lot of heartbreak in the playoffs and all that stuff is that, like, I'm now, like, 3 seasons in a row where I take Josh Allen as my first quarterback in fantasy football. And so then I get really into watching the Bills every season because I need Josh Allen to get me 40 points a week. And then they make it to the playoffs and they lose in the playoffs. And I'm like, no! He was my guy all season long! That's... So, you know, I feel your pain. Obviously not to the depth that you feel your pain because you're an actual fan and you support the club. But every single season, I'm like, maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the year that he finally does it. Nice Malahi. Oh, jeez. Yeah, looking at what is happening in the league right now, I think that is a founded fear for sure. I definitely also agree that I thought that like 2025-26 season was the year for the Bills to do something. You had such a good team. You had depth at all your key positions. You came into the postseason in really good form. And then just... Especially when it's just like, especially in your NFC position where the Chiefs had such a bad year. Oh, Sal! Jeez, just wide. Like, the perennial Giants that kept you out of it every single season weren't in it this year. And it was like, if there was any time, it was now. Gianluca DiCaria! Nope. Exactly. It's just the general story that came through everyone in the year of just like, it's so unfair that the Patriots had to wait less than 20 years to find a new like generational quarterback and make their way all the way to a Super Bowl. I'll take a corner here. That was the kind of thing, too, is like I fancied everyone's chances against the Patriots. Since the Patriots were, like, good, but they didn't feel, like, dominant in any of the matches that I watched, like, in any of the games. Even all the way up until, like, I watched the entirety of the Super Bowl this year, and I was like, hey, this feels really one-sided at a certain point. Be careful there. That's a dangerous slope Oasis are goated. Just because, like, the secret is, whether it's implicit or explicit, a lot of markets are fixed by the fact of, like, big market teams are always going to have more money, and that makes it harder for small market teams to see success at the highest levels of games. Whether that's NFL, whether that's NBA, whether that's football, whether that's soccer, whether that's kind of anything. Nice, Jordan. Okay. We got 2 minutes left here. It looks like we're going to get another draw. This time it's just a 2-2 instead of a 4-4. Oh yeah, Boston-New England market is huge. They also just have a pedigree in, like, every sports that they play. Like, every major sporting league that they play in, they have a pedigree of championship teams. Whether it's the Red Sox for a very long point of their history, whether it's the Celtics in the past and now, since the Celtics are dominant again, whether it's the Pats, like there's just a lot of pedigree around that, and it's a massive market. So like there's an incentive for them to be good. But also, they're good because they have better money, and therefore, because they have more money, they have better facilities. It's very much of like, you can get into the conspiracy side of it, where you get into like the inflate gates and the stuff like that have been plaguing teams like that for decades at this point. Or you can get into the more realistic side of things, where it's just like, hey, we have two teams here, one of which is I'm from Utah, so let's go Jazz versus Celtics, where it's like, here's the Jazz, who have a history of being really, really good, but we're just a smaller market. So even if we have a really rich owner and we have a lot of investment from the owner into the team and things like that, we just don't have the capital, because we don't have the gate ticket sales, we don't have the market cap, we don't have the amount of same like time on TV and stuff like that to compete against like a Boston Celtics, where it's like the Celtics have won more championships than almost anyone else. They have just a huge market that they can use to get and leverage more TV time, and that gets them better TV deals with ESPN, with the NBA, with all of the networks that they're trying to get these contracts with. They generate more buzz. They have that pedigree, which means that they have better facilities. They have better investment from the ownership and from the team, because they just earn more money from their market share and their victories. And so more players want to play there because they can pay their players more money. It's a thing there of just like, growing up as a person that's always been in a small market, it's why I relate to things like the challenge we're doing here with Pro Vercelli, where it's like, this was a historically really big team that is now in Series C in real life and doing quite well in Series C. I follow them on social media, and they're doing pretty good. Oh, sorry. Got a thing in my back that I had to work out. You have to do smart recruiting, and then you have to make peace with the fact that even when you do smart recruiting, you'll find your diamonds in the rough that are these just like generational talents, and then you'll get to keep them for probably, at least like NBA, it's like 4 or 5 years, because that's how long a rookie contract is. And then they're inevitably going to go to some bigger market team, and then they're going to leave. And you just have to accept to that. Hey, I'll hope for that too for you. Sabres. See, like, that's the other thing of just like, prior to Utah getting a hockey team, I was a Maple Leafs fan. Now I'm still sort of a Leafs fan, but yeah, Utah's so pretty. I love living here. It's great. Don't get me wrong, I love East Coast as well. East Coast was great. Living, like when my family lived back east, when I lived in Toronto, like I love that Eastern Seaboard area. It's some of my favorite places to be. Lots of people, but I love lots of people. Sampdoria's fallen down to second? Really? They've fallen off. Cessna overtook them by 1 point. Crazy. We've fallen down to fifth, which is not great, but we're 3 points off of Reggiana in third, and Reggiana's our last game of the season. Yeah, Utah's a beautiful state. But it is very much like getting to markets and things like that. It's like you can go the conspiracy route, and like as much as I indulge that because it is fun to think about, there's also just the realism side of it, where it's just like, yeah, we just don't have as much money or as good of a pull, and therefore we can't get the same caliber of players, and we can't get the same amount of staying power. So why would, like, as much as everyone loves an underdog story, underdog stories are only so good. But eventually, you just need to pay to, like, who is going to get the most eyes on a television set or the most butts in a seat. and it's almost always going to be the big market teams. They really want us to rotate super heavily for this game against the second place team in the league, but we really need to win these. This is a pretty good DM. Red Star? And this is a really good winger at Torino. Ribeiro, we've seen around forever. He hasn't really gotten much better. Benevento, Kremen is a U20 right winger. Okay. Urgent Bustin. We'll switch Bustin for Delorusso. Bustin for Kosier. Momade I'm fine with. Netin. Rasmussen. Damiano. Nicky Stones. Rasmussen. Semedo for Malahi. You know, I agree with you on that one too, Oasis are goated. Like, to me, in my, like, heart of hearts, Chargers are always going to be the San Diego team, and, like, I understand the idea of the, like, you move to the bigger market to get bigger money and things like that. It's the same thing as, like, for me, I really am big anti the A's leaving Oakland. Because, like, the thing is, like, everything's leaving Oakland. The A's are leaving Oakland. In a couple of seasons here, I think if I remember correctly, and I could be 100% wrong on this, I think that Golden State is leaving Oakland. It's just like, and then, like, the Raiders left Oakland to go to Vegas. And, like, I get everyone moving to Vegas because Vegas is a bigger market. Like, I understand it logically, but I think it's just such a crummy thing to do to these teams that it's like, this is all that matters to these people and to the people that live in these, like, communities. It's like, this is our team and we live and die for this team. And then owners will just come in and be like, hey, I'm going to buy this team and I'm going to move them to this bigger city because I want to make more money. Oh, yeah. Always be the Oakland. It's such a joke. Like, the history in Oakland is so huge. I mean, it's just like, and like, it's the same thing here of like, growing up in Utah being small market, it is just like, we've, like, most of my life, we had only one team. I mean, like, we had the Bees and we had like the Grizzlies, which were like tier 2 teams. Yeah, Warriors already in San Francisco. That's what I thought. I was like, I couldn't remember if they had already moved, if they were moving still. Already in San Francisco. Like, there's no one in the city of Oakland. Which is like, Oakland went from having 3 major sports teams to 0 major sports teams. Which I got really feel for it, because that's a community that lived for those teams. Even when those teams were terrible. Because, like, the Raiders were always a joke in Oakland. Like, they were always bad. But the Oakland fans came out to every single game. For a long time, the Golden State Warriors weren't good, and still Oakland went to all those games. The A's have almost never been good, with the exception of the, like, Billy Bean Moneyball years, before the rest of baseball caught up to, like, how Moneyball works and figured it out. It's just like, growing up in a small marketplace like that, where it's like the only team we had for most of my life was the Jazz. If the Jazz had left Utah at any point, it would have just killed sporting culture in Utah. Like, there just wasn't anything. And then every time we get a big team since then, it's been huge of just like getting in the early 2000s when the MLS expansion draft hit and we got Real Salt Lake. That was massive. Like, that was just huge because now we had 2 professional teams. It doubled the market, and it made it so that a lot of people, at least locally, got really into soccer because we had a soccer team, and it was our, for a long time, best performing team. Because, like, right when we got the team, those first couple of seasons, we were, like, challenging for trophies. Like, we were winning leagues. It was crazy. And then now we're in like year 2 of having the Mammoth, or previously known as the Utah Hockey Club. And like even if we're not winning things, like the buzz, at least locally, around even having an NHL team. Like, I had the opportunity to go to one of the games in the inaugural season, and that is one of the most electric atmospheres in a sporting event that I've ever had the pleasure of attending. It was just absolutely unbelievable. Because, like, for these small market teams, just even having a team and the opportunity to go means so much to that local community. And that's the thing that, like, drives me in all of these things and in sports in general, is it's so much about the community that you build and the way that you need that community to survive. Yeah, so like my heart goes out to the city of Oakland, but it's also just like it's crazy stuff that's going around. Yeah, and I agree with that too. Because, like, I get Vegas wanting to become this new mecca of things. And, like, I know one of the big things that happened when the Raiders moved from Oakland to Vegas is I actually know a ton of people that are really big football fans here in Utah that went and bought Vegas Raiders season tickets. Because, like, even if you're in northern Utah, Vegas is like a 30-minute flight or like an 8-hour drive to get there. And so if you're going to have a team that's that close, a lot of people here locally in Utah were like, oh, well, the likelihood of us ever getting an NFL franchise in Utah is almost zero. Vegas is close enough. This lets me fulfill like a lifelong dream of having season tickets to an NFL team. And so, like, I think that's the pull for any major team that goes to Vegas at this point, really, is it's very much just like, even if they're in Vegas, most of the fans that are going to be there are not going to be from the local community, just because Vegas doesn't really actually have a local community. Vegas is a place that lives and dies by tourism, and they're bringing in these teams to be tourism draws of just like, hey, we want to bring people in from around the world to come to Vegas to watch this major sporting event. And then when they do that, they'll stay somewhere on the strip and they'll earn the casinos a whole bunch of money, and then we'll get revenue off of that. And like, that's the ploy. It's not the same as like having a team like the Oakland A's be in Oakland, where it's like, hey, we know we're going to be small market and have no money and be bad every year, but these fans would literally run through a brick wall to come and watch this game. The same as like, Lagsier was a huge shot there. I had an opportunity to go to a Colorado Rocky games last year. I just was in Denver for a weekend, and my buddies and I were going to a Magic the Gathering tournament, and the Rockies were playing, and the tickets were like $20. So we're like, yeah, let's just go watch a Rockies game the day before the tournament. And like, oh yeah, the Raiders are always bad, but they know that people will pay whatever to go see it. And like, that's the whole draw, as opposed to like this Rockies game where it's like the Rockies are also bad. They had like a miracle season last year after having one of the worst starts in the league. I was actually there to watch, I think, like their second win ever last season. It was crazy. Because like, we went there to watch them lose, and then they somehow pulled it off and won it. And it was an incredible moment. But like, the tickets were cheap, and the fans, like, we were there at like 2 p.m. on a Thursday, And there was like 20,000 people in the stadium. It was ridiculous. But that's just because the people of Denver love that they have a team, love that it's accessible to go watch it, and then they'll pay the... Agreed. I went to every single major Colorado sports game that was playing that weekend on that trip. So I went and saw... We started with the Rockies game. We went to a Nuggets game. We went to a Rapids game and an Avalanche game that weekend. And across the board, the fan atmosphere at every single one of those games was electric. It was so cool. The Colorado sports fans were awesome. But also, like, we were able to do that because each one of those tickets, even for, like, the Nuggets, who this was the year after the Nuggets won the NBA championship, and this was their season home closing game, our ticket was, like, $80, which, for the reigning world championship holding team, their home, like, their final home game of the season, honestly, not an unreasonable price. And you can tell that, like, those teams mean the world to Colorado sports fans, as opposed to what I would assume is Raiders games, where it's like these tickets are ridiculously expensive and no one here cares, and our team is bad. Because, like, even at the Rockies game we were at, like, the team was bad, but everyone cared and everyone was having a great time. Oh, come on, Malahi. You did so well up until the back pass that you just really failed on. Yeah, but no. This is clearly something that I'm passionate about. And it's like, it's a thing that even in this video game that we're playing that I really took into effect here of just like, the reason that we're playing with the team we're playing with. I mean, that is the other thing that I deeply respect about Buffalo fans, is, like, not only are Buffalo fans there through thick and thin, jumping through flaming tables, like, as a person that's from a place with a lot of snow, historically, we're in a bad place now with snow here in Utah. It's been bad. But, like, especially experiencing it when I lived up in Toronto and watching all of the snow miss us and then just dump on Buffalo across the lake from my apartment. The fact that fans are there through thick and thin, especially when football season in Buffalo gets you, like, there's multiple games a year that have, like, 6 feet of snow everywhere, and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna go sit here and watch this game. I'm like, honestly, this is a fan base that, like, even if your team isn't good, I respect you. Because they just show up. It's great. And that's the thing here. Like, for me, this is like, our team that we're playing, Pro Vercelli, is historically one of the best teams in the history of the Italian game. They haven't been in the top flight of the Italian game since the 1940s. The last time they won the Italian League was the 1920s. The thing that killed them was the Italian nation allowing people to be professionals and play soccer, and then they just couldn't match the money. And this is a club that had fans stick with them for over 100 years until they inevitably went bankrupt. And then they currently exist as a Phoenix club that was started because the people from the town of Vercelli, Italy, that were fans of this club, pooled together enough money to reinvigorate the team and reinstate it in 2011. And then they kept it alive long enough that in, like, 2025 it got bought by a multi-club ownership model. And that was one of the things where I was studying up on the teams that I wanted to do before we started the stream. I was like, oh, the story here is just awesome story. And that's one that I can relate to. I'm like, I'm from a small market team. Like, I'd like to believe that if we had something like that happen, the people of Utah would also get together to do that. The thing is, like, we'd be doing that to try and save something like the Bees, which is like a AAA baseball team. but also we aren't losing the bees anytime soon. The bees are still here. But yeah, no, it's cool stories like that, and it's just like you need to have those. Those I think are way more important to me, to have like those stories of the small market teams and the teams where it clearly means everything to a city or in a town, than the stories of just like, oh, Boston is on its 7th basketball dynasty. Okay. I mean, admittedly, I've never lived in Boston, so like it doesn't mean anything to me, but seeing the rich get richer doesn't really work as well for me as it does for like, hey, this is a team that literally died and came back because the fans loved it so much. You want to do it for them every single time. That being said, we're doing really well here to hold on to a 0-0 against what up until literally this week has been the best team in the league. Whoa, jeez. I also thought that was in Ferrara. Don't scare me with that. See, I figured that would be an easy reach for you, because you've already established you're from the New York area and you're a Bills fan. Punching down towards Boston is not a bad thing. But also just because like the storylines are just not there, and at the end of the day, the thing that motivates me more than anything else is a really good story. Nice, Netin. Way to get back on that. Yeah, it works super well for you. Two of the biggest teams to hate are Patriots and Red Sox, so... Get you coming and going. By similar logic, I should have my ancestral enemies be the Lakers and the Chicago Bulls. Based off of, you know, the late 90s and Utah Jazz. But I mean, like, I think it's just kind of a universal thing of no one really likes the Lakers, and then it feels bad to be an anti-Bulls fan right now because the Bulls are just not actually that good anymore. Just like it's really just punching down on that at that point. Del Russo, I wanted you to win that header, since there's no way you can get there if he beats you behind you. Yeah, we gotta start looking at subs here. Lagseer's probably gonna have to come off. He's had a really bad game. Oh, Nicky Stones, way to go. Oh, huge ball out to Samir Lagseer. Back to Luke Netten, Matthias Rasmussen. Ref! Thank you. Okay, let's... Ooh, we forgot to set our subs, so we have like no one on our bench. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 center backs on our bench for some reason. Momad. Yeah. Largely, at least MLS-wise, I'm a Real Salt Lake fan. For a large portion of my, like, adolescence and childhood, I had season tickets. And so, like, I got to go watch a whole bunch of games, and I was really big into RSL. I don't follow it as much anymore, largely just because, like, as much as I enjoy having local sports teams to root for, MLS is just so convoluted in their rule system and things to go. It's just kind of a migraine to follow. Although right now it's a great time to be an RSL fan again because we're off to like a rip-roaring start in the league, which is great. But I'm more just a fan of the sport in general. So I have different teams that I support in different leagues, kind of all around the world. But yeah, as far as like MLS is concerned, I'm definitely an RSL fan. Well, for sure, but the thing is like Messi's not the first part of that. Messi is just the most recent in an internal like exchange. The first person to do that was Beckham. Beckham moving to LA Galaxy was their whole thing. And it's one of my many complaints about the MLS as well, is that MLS at this point is not geared to be like actual good competitive soccer or to do what most leagues do for their home nations of like the general purpose of a league in a nation is generally to increase the popularity of soccer as a sport in that nation and then develop talent in their homegrown nation to play in international competition and play in World Cups and things like that. And that's not what the MLS is. The MLS is just a cash grab for the owners that own MLS teams. But with the, like, since the real tipping point of that, since it was that at the beginning, and it has a lot of rules to try and keep it to be that, of that, like, there's a really high emphasis on, like, you have to play a whole bunch of youth players, you have to prioritize youth players that come through your youth system, and stuff like that, that are really interesting. All that being said, there is still a lot of issues around, like, there is still a lot of problems around the fact of, like, with the introduction of David Beckham coming in and them introducing ways to get around salary cap and to have superstar clauses and stuff like that. Now it's just like, which aging international superstar from the European game can you get on your team to help drive the money and all that stuff. Well, I wouldn't say never, just because they do expansion drafts kind of every 2 years, and all of it comes down to whether or not there's a rich person in Buffalo that wants to invest in getting an MLS team. Which is, you know, where it is. The thing is, there's already 2 New York teams. To be fair, there are 2 New York teams both in the city of New York, since it's Red Bulls and New York City FC. Which is weird, but it's also not unusual for New York City to have 2 teams in it. Oh, for sure. But I mean, like, they've got one in Twin Cities, Minnesota. There's like 5 teams in Texas. Like, Buffalo's not as small of a market as some of the teams. Like, Nashville, Tennessee has an MLS team. If Buffalo's big enough to have an NHL team and an NFL team, it's definitely big enough to have an MLS team. I mean, like, Montreal has an MLS team. I don't think Montreal even has a hockey team anymore. Or they might still have the Canadiens. I would have to look at it. Yeah, they still have the Canadiens. They're actually doing really well, too, so my apologies to the Montreal Canadiens. Okay, the fact that we were still drawing this is actually nice. Oh, yeah, well, they've played in Jersey since the beginning. Like, New York Red Bulls has been playing in Jersey since New York Red Bulls has existed. It's the same as the Giants and the Jets. It is hilarious, but it's very much of, like, they don't want to ever, like any of those teams, none of them want to be recognized as being in Jersey, because that's way less brand recognition than being able to slap New York on your club. Fasano, oh my goodness, the youngster! Fasano gives us the go-ahead goal in the 80th minute. This is an 18-year-old from our youth team that we played, 19-year-old from our youth team that we played entirely on accident because we just don't have the right players. Huge. Finds his way through the channel, finds himself one-on-one with Godotti, and just buries it. Massive. Okay, we are going to waste more time, drop our tempo, do much shorter passing. We're going to kill out this game. No, exactly. As it should. As it should. No, one of my roommates is from the Finger Lakes area in New York, and he has a lot of the same sentiments. He is really happy that the Bills are always the only football team in New York, and then he really likes to talk about Syracuse basketball. Kind of his two main talking points. Oh, Giuseppe, come on. You at least test for this. Contest this, please. Oh, for sure. And he'd love you to. He'd love to. One of my favorite memories with this roommate of mine is very shortly after he and I started living together in the house that we're currently sharing. It got to one point where he and I used to be the only two of the four people in our house that lived in the basement. And he got really drunk one night, and I walked out of my room to like go get a drink or something, and he was on the couch in our living room watching the entirety of the Syracuse March Madness championship game when Carmelo Anthony was on the team. And this is when I learned that this is just a thing that he does semi-regularly whenever he gets enough beers in him, is he just has, like, bookmarked on his laptop the YouTube uploaded version of the entire first and second half of that college basketball game. And he just sits there and watches it, and he can give you the full play-by-play. I think he has memorized every single second of that basketball game at this point in his life. And it was one of the funnest experiences of my life of just like sitting, since he of course saw me, he's like, you gotta come watch. And I sat down on the couch, and he just like would tell me what was going to happen, and like every single fact that he knows about every single one of those players as it was happening, and giving me perfect like play-by-play of just like, and we watched the entire first half together. It was great. And I was like, I have never had any interest in Syracuse basketball up until this moment, and like, I would be lying if I didn't say that I had at least a passing interest in Syracuse basketball after that moment. It was a really fun like experience, but it was just also hilarious to me. He's just like, this is what I do. Like, some people get really sad when they get drunk, some people get really angry. For him, he's just like, I just remember the early 2000s Syracuse basketball team, and I just watch the entirety of this game. And then when it's done, I go to bed. It was like, that's honestly great. Oh, yeah. It's so cool. Like, it's truly like, I feel like a lot of people call themselves sports fans in life, but how many of us would call ourselves sports fans to the extent of my roommate, Rob? And when I think about that, I'm like, truly, I'm not a fan of anything. If I'm not doing this every single year, just like reliving the glory of this, which once again, like, he's only from the area. He didn't go to Syracuse. Like, he went to college in the area, but he went to like community college and stuff like that. He never went to Syracuse. But he is truly a fan of Syracuse basketball, and will be till the day he dies. And it's the same thing of like, I would believe you if the Bills won a Super Bowl. I think that you wouldn't be the only Bills fan that would just be like, yeah, every time I feel down, I'm gonna go watch the Super Bowl that we won, and it'll make me remember those things. It's the same, like, it's the same thing probably that's gonna happen now for Indiana fans. Once again, maybe not the new age Indiana fans that are now fans of Indiana because they won the Natty this year and have the greatest, like, most recent great sports story in history. But for people that have been like Indiana football fans for 40 years, or the people that were players for Indiana football for the entirety of the worst losing streak in history when they still held that, right? Now they've won it once, and for those people and those fans, even on their worst days, they're going to always be able to look back now and say, hey, even at the darkest moment, even at our like the darkest moment before the dawn, I can always look back. This footage will exist forever. I can watch either the full game or the highlights of this game and remember what it felt like to come out on top. It's things like that. Like, they truly just mean things to people that you can't understand. Like, I remember a lot from when RSL won the MLS Cup. I remember a lot of the things from that team. I remember a lot of the stars that were on that team. I remember how I felt when we won that. I don't remember a lot of the specifics because it's been, like, I think almost 20 years since we won that. But the one thing that I do remember for sure is exactly where I was when a couple of years later we went on a miracle run and got all the way to the final and should have won it. And then we got absolutely gypped in penalty kicks and lost it to Sporting Kansas City. And I'll never forget where I was in that moment, screaming at my TV in my living room with my dad and being just like, how can we, a team that had honestly no right being there, but had one of the best goalkeepers in the league, lose in penalties because our goalkeeper just had the worst penalty shootout of his life. And none of our players could convert a penalty. It was ridiculous. You know, having lived in the general area for 2 years, I would not be surprised if either of those two statements were true. Of just like, it would be the best thing to ever happen, and then I would also expect beer scales to skyrocket, and like a 5-year drunken rager, and it would be revolutionary. It would be the same thing for, I think, most of Ontario if the Leafs ever won a trophy. The number of just disgruntled Leafs fans that were holding on to hope that I met in my 2 years of living in Toronto and the surrounding area. Like, I think if the Leafs ever actually win the Stanley Cup, most of Ontario might be burned to the ground. It would be ridiculous. And just like that, speaking of the ridiculous, we went into Sampdoria. They were the best team in the league for most of the league. And we got the most unlikely of victories from the most unlikely of goal scorers. 19-year-old Marco Fasano. Oh, hey, don't get me wrong. I also don't like the Canadiens. We are agreed here. I may not be a Sabres fan, but I respect the Sabres. You can respect the Leaves. We can both agree neither of us like the Montreal Canadiens. Like, heck, I thought they didn't even exist anymore 20 minutes ago. That's how much I don't like the Canadiens. I think that they don't exist anymore. And that's coming from a guy that lived in Canada and speaks French. Not a Canadiens fan. Okay. So, at this point, it is a battle for third between us, Reggiana, and Pisa. Our last game is Reggiana. If we can beat Reggiana, we're bare minimum fourth, which will be huge. Nice. I don't know that I have any other least favorite teams in hockey. I think I'm very much just not a fan of the Canadiens because I decide to be a Leafs fan. And otherwise, I'm also a Mammoths fan, and we just are too new to have a hated rivalry yet. Yeah. In general, I just enjoy watching hockey because I think it's just one of the most, aggressive and fun. Oh, agreed. 100%. Don't get me wrong. If we start winning, people will hate us. It's just, I think we are still much too young and new for anyone to have a real, actual thought on we're gonna hate them. It also, doesn't help that, what we did was we inherited all of the accolades and things of the Coyotes, which were just largely regarded as the worst team in hockey. So it's just yeah, no one really, we were so bad that no one really cared. So now we find ourselves as a brand new team that are better than the Coyotes were. We are doing better. The rebrand has been very helpful in that regard. But still, no one really cares. I'd love to see them make the playoffs, too. Like I said, best sporting experience I've had in the past easy 2 years, probably closer to 10, was going to a just even regular season Mammoths game that we lost. The atmosphere around those games is just incredible. Okay, this is the very important last game. Play this game, figure out where we fit into the playoffs, and then we'll play the playoffs. Oh, such an amazing sport to watch live. Such an amazing sport to watch live. I absolutely love it. Honestly, I would watch more hockey televised as well. I just don't have a way to watch TV at my house currently. None of the people I live with are paying for a TV package because most of them are just too expensive, except for during football season. One of my roommates pays for Sunday ticket. Okay, Rasmussen and Nikki Stone's got to get in. The other thing, too, is, I don't know how it is for you in Sabres games up in Buffalo, but at least in Utah, you can't watch Mammoths games on the TV unless you get, an actual antenna, and it's only broadcast over, terrestrial. None of, None of the big broadcasters like the YouTube TVs or anything like that. Always, yeah. And like, I'm no stranger to sailing the high seas. It's just usually I'm like, at this point, I haven't had access to a TV since I was like, to like a TV programming, like YouTube TV, DirecTV, any cable option, things like that, since at this point, like over a decade ago. And because of that, I'm like, yeah, largely whatever about it. If I need to watch something, or most of my sports, it's like I watch highlight compilations on YouTube, or if it's a big game that I feel like I need to get like the actual full option of, I'll usually find either like a sports bar near me or a buddy of mine that has access to it and be like, hey, let's go watch this game together and like make an event of it. Hockey is the one thing where it's just like, in Utah specifically, you can only watch the Utah Mammoth if you have access to terrestrial TV, which means you have to like have a TV that actually has an antenna on it and can access like regular terrestrial broadcasts. And almost no one has those anymore. But the team made a deal with the local broadcasting corporations here in the valley of just like, hey, we are only going to broadcast in this way of like, we are always going to broadcast on just like our local channel 14, and that's going to be the only way to access the game ever, which I'm like, dope. That's a super cool like thing to do, all about supporting local broadcasting, but also it does make it almost impossible. Oh yeah, 100% Oasis are goated. Like that's I also very strongly feel that. I watched an entire like video essay last night that was about specifically, it was titled about the downfall of ESPN, but that was less of what it was arguing towards, and it was more a critique of, at least in my read of it, in a way that makes actual sense of something that someone would make a video of the way that ESPN specifically previously was just buying up all of the television rights and then selling those to your cable provider for more and more money each year, which kept driving the prices of your cable to the point that then everyone cut the cable, and then a lot of those TV rights are now getting bought by tech companies. And so now to try and compete with tech companies, they have to get to just weird stalemates of just like the general content that they're creating on ESPN is less good than it should be necessarily for what they used to be. And it get into the thing where it's like, I think the buddy that I have that I live with that pays for Sunday Ticket and stuff like that, it's like his major purchase for the year is that he pays for that, and he splits it with like 3 of his friends. Or like another friend of mine, he and his older brother and his dad all pool together every year and pay for Sunday Ticket, and it's the only Christmas present that the 3 of them get each other. It's just like, hey, I'll pay a third of this, and you pay a third, and you pay a third, and between the 3 of us, this is Christmas sorted for the year. And they just all have that as an agreement. Home for the last game of the season against the team that we need to beat to finish in 3rd. Huge. Yeah, that was the actual content that the video essay that I extrapolated that conclusion from was about. The entire actual premise that he was trying to do was that the downfall of ESPN was that they transitioned out of actual investigative journalism into making Stephen A. Smith the highest paid personality on TV and making rage bait content about nothing, and having him just yell at a screen for 2 hours. And then go to a different show where he yells at a different screen for a different 2 hours. And that was why all of that fell apart and why ESPN's not good anymore. And that was the actual premise of that, but the thing that I took away from that, from the video I said I watched, of why they went that, is like, obviously they did this because that's how they get any viewership, since it's an attention economy. It's the same thing that we are doing here on Twitch, is I'm trying to play this game and have good conversations and communicate with the chat to pull attention so that people will watch my stream and then inevitably watch commercials, and then ad rev will pay me money. Like, that's what we're doing here. I'm just doing it through the lens of playing a fictional game and talking about sports things that matter. To me, at least. They might not matter to the general thing. And I don't want to do it in a rage bait way, because I think rage bait is just kind of scummy and definitely predatory. But the model is still the same, and that's what ESPN has to do. Is they can't do what they always did, which was just have all of the rights to every sports game and then exploit that monopoly to charge the cable and the distributors more and more money each year to keep their thing, and threaten to just pull their channel from their listings if they didn't pay whatever ransom fee they set for it. Because now they don't have a monopoly anymore. Companies like Amazon, companies like YouTube are going in, and Google, and buying exclusive rights to different games. Of like, Thursday Night Football is now only on Amazon Prime. So that's already just like one whole thing that ESPN lost. Thursday Night Football used to be an ESPN thing. They don't have that anymore. So how are they going to maintain their revenues, and how are they going to be able to get that? Well, they just need people to watch it still. Oh, easily. Agreed. The other thing, too, and this was the point that wasn't made by the person that actually made the video essay that I was listening to, but was another point that was made in the comments and by other people that were commenting on the video essay, since I watched the essay and then a couple of other commentators about it, is that most of the people that used to be from the like golden era of like actual real journalism at ESPN are now just YouTubers that still do the same thing that they did back at ESPN, but now under their own brands and under their own channels on the internet in other places, to the same level of degree and analysis and like quality content that they always made. And it's not the rage bait and all that stuff. And so it's like, if you want the thing that you always were feeling nostalgic for, it still exists, and you can really easily get it. And I tried to provide my own analysis of things here, but I don't watch as much sports as the people that are actual sports analysts, nor do I have any training in sports analysis. I can just talk about the games that I've watched highlights of and that I've watched people play and be like, hey, here's what I noticed, as a guy that cares a lot about this game. And predominantly, that's what we do here about soccer. We spent the first like hour of this stream talking about the qualification matches that were played for the World Cup today. Speaking of, checking back in finally now on our DR Congo-Jamaica match. DR Congo ended up winning that with a 100th minute Twanzebe goal to beat Jamaica 1-0, and DR Congo is going to be in the World Cup now. That's great. They get to join Bosnia, they get to join Czechia, Turkey, and Sweden. It's things like that, where it's like, I try to provide my little slice of it here and talk about the storylines that I think are interesting. And if you're looking for any specific analysis and things like that, it's not hard to find on the internet. But because of that, ESPN has to make a product that does get someone to watch it, and the way they do that is... Exactly, 100%. And you definitely see it there, too. Like, you see the same thing that I see. Oasis are goated, and the thing is just that the reality of the situation is that no one watches cable TV anymore. Like, no one I know, at least, watches cable TV that isn't, like, from my parents' generation. And even them, like, my dad watches Twitch streams all the time. Like, there's, even then, they're leaving traditional media and going into other platforms. And especially when you're looking for news and things like that. Like, I don't know anyone that in good conscience watches ESPN and, like, boots up Sports Center to try and be like, hey, I want to know about my team and what's going on here. This is clearly the best source for that information. Like, I don't think anyone has thought that for years at this point. Ooh, that's what I was fearing. I just scrolled down to look at the USA-Portugal stat line here. at halftime, and as I feared, already the U.S. are losing to Portugal. Playing a weird lineup, too. I don't know what the U.S. is cooking, but I don't think that playing Christian Pulisic as our number 10, as our number 9, is what we should be doing if we want to actually be winning games of football. Oh, Nicky Stones! Low-driven shot from outside the box. Perfect. In front of the home fans. Beautiful go-ahead goal over Reggiana, who are currently 3rd in the league. If we win this game, we can leapfrog them and get all the way up to 3rd. That gives us home advantage in all of the games that we'd be playing this Friday to try and earn qualification to Serie A. This would be huge. Obviously massive. Couldn't come in a better moment. Couldn't come from a better player. Nicky Stones, Nicolo Pietra, our best player, our top goal scorer. 18th goal of the season. Finds us now 1-0 at home at the Silva Piola over Reggiana. Against the run of play, too. That was our second shot of the game, our second shot on target. Malahi now. Another attack. Agreed. Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. And, like, that's the thing is, like, I have a whole slew of people. Like, I don't have any people that I listen to for specifically, like, their coverage of one team. Because, as I've kind of been talking about, like, I have teams that are my favorite teams, but it's mainly just in the same reason that, like, every pediatrician has a favorite dinosaur. If that makes sense to you. Of just, like, if you're working in, like, pediatrics as a doctor where you're meeting with small children and trying to do medicine to small kids, inevitably small kids are going to ask you questions while you're trying to treat them, and one of those questions is going to be, what is your favorite dinosaur? And so you have to have an answer to that question of what your favorite dinosaur is. I feel the same way about favorite sports teams, in that as a predominantly white male in my late 20s, early 30s, in the US, when I ever get into a conversation with people of my same age demographic, inevitably it is going to come up to, what's your favorite team in X sport? And so I therefore have a favorite team in X sport for most major sports, just so that I can answer the question, because it's better than not being able to answer the question in my experience. But even then, like, I have sports that I do genuinely care about. And so, like, I have my YouTubers and my news outlets that I listen to that are just like the number of soccer podcasts that I listen to in a week to talk about soccer in the overall, like, not just myopic Premier League, but just like over the range of just soccer in general, is really high, because I really genuinely want to have that news. And it also then better informs me to, when we're having these conversations, to talk about what's going on in, like, overall storylines and things like that, and talking about international play, talking about news stories that are going on in the world week by week, just because I have that resource and I have the ability to do that. And I find myself similar to you. It's like, I draw to people that are willing to give me the information I need in a content form that I enjoy watching, but isn't necessarily all rage bait. Because, like, one of my favorite soccer podcasts is the Tifo Football Podcast, which is put together by The Athletic, which is an actual, like, reputable organization in news reporting. They are owned by the New York Times, which, like, everyone can have their own opinion on the New York Times and how unbiased or biased of a news source that is nowadays. Same as any news source. But Athletic, even though it's owned by that, is still owned and operated almost entirely out of the United Kingdom, which has different laws around protections of journalism and stuff like that. And when it comes to soccer, I think that they're a very informative source, but they're also, specifically in that podcast, that is the Athletics football podcast that is their comedy podcast. And so it's very good reporting and very good analytics, but it's also all of them cracking jokes. And so, like, that I like, but it's also, most importantly, to our point we've been having here, not rage bait. It's at no point are they trying to, like, say something ridiculous to elicit a rage response. they're more like, and this is not to say they don't have the lovable oaf characteristic and the people that say just ridiculous things to say ridiculous things to elicit a response. They're full of that. It's just instead of trying to do the thing that gets them the most clicks because they say something so ridiculous that it makes you mad, it's a guy who is a trained journalist but also does like stand-up gigs on the side. And because he does stand-up gigs on the side, he's just like, hey, let me say this ridiculous, absolutely incredulous, no one would believe it in good faith take, because it's going to make everyone in the room and everyone that's listening to me laugh. Because I think it's funny. And not because we are all mad that I said something so polarizing. It's like, no, I'm going to say something so incredibly wrong because everyone's going to laugh at it because we all think it's funny. And like that, I think, still gets a lot of those like iPad kid, whatever, however you want to influence things. Like you can still elicit and appeal to that type of viewer without having be overly negative and have the primary motivator be rage. It can still be like comedy. And it can still be very successful. Most recently, their rage bait has been is they've had a recurring bit on that podcast where one of the podcast hosts, since it's a rotating base of just like who comes on to be on the podcast each time, one of them had been a self-proclaimed film buff, but then has never seen like any of the like movies that everyone would say you have to have seen to be a film buff. And so they've been doing a weekly segment where he's been coming onto the podcast having watched, don't love that, where he's now watched one movie that the other hosts have decided he needs to have watched if he wants to call himself a film buff, and then does a review of this movie. And that's been the most rage baity that they've ever been, because like this week's film review that they had him do is he's this 28-year-old man that had never seen The Lord of the Rings, and so they made him do a film review on The Fellowship of the Ring, and it was scathing. Oh, it's hilarious. Honestly, I highly recommend it if you want to learn things passively about the world of soccer in general. It's a really good watch, and it's a whole bunch of British guys that are just sitting there just chatting for an hour and a half and being really funny. And this is the most rage bait that it's ever been, and for me personally, as a guy that does actually like cinema, of like, it's been hilarious to watch this guy who's around my same age that hadn't seen any of these movies now watch them in his late 20s and start reviewing them. Because like, he had a really scathing review of Fellowship of the Ring that I can see the logic behind, but that doesn't mean that I liked it. Last week, or maybe 2 weeks, no, last week he watched The Shining, and he had a really cool review of The Shining that he really enjoyed. The first movie they made him watch was the original Jurassic Park, and he like immediately fell in love with it and had like this beautiful review that he wrote about Jurassic Park. Giuseppe Coppola, come on, do something here. No, that's not something. I mean, it's technically something, but that's not what I wanted. Just get the ball in the box and then immediately lose it and fall over? No, but to your point, like, you can still get great analysis, and you can get great banter and stuff, and you don't have to listen to any of the rage bait. And it's one of the things that just, like... So, historically in my life, I haven't been a big music person. Genuinely. I very much fall into the camp of, like... To me, most music is just, like, beeps and boops. I do better with, like, talking and voices. They keep me more on track. A lot of time in my life I've spent listening to like alternative rock or indie folk music. Since I started streaming, almost predominantly now all I listen to is the chill hop soundtrack that we have going on in the background, which is all just like lo-fi beats. And I want to qualify my music is all beeps and boops to me statement into not in a negative way, and that it's like all music is beeps and boops to me, and therefore I don't like it. It's more music is all beeps and boops to me positive, of just like I like strong beats and I like good rhythms. I grew up the son of a dance instructor, and for a brief moment in time was a professional contemporary dancer and danced with professional companies in both contemporary and ballet. So, like, I like a beat that I can move to, but that does mean that whenever I listen to any music or any genre, I immediately just focus on what is the beat and how can I move to it. And that's all that matters to me. And so I genuinely enjoy listening to music. It's just not my favorite because all music largely sounds the same to me. And I like most of what I listen to. Okay, good corner here. We got to start looking at bringing some people on. Perotti and Lagsier might need to come off. Rasmussen beats his man. Oh, Matthias Rasmussen! Matthias Rasmussen! Oh my goodness! The 31-year-old Norwegian. Please tell me you're actually Norwegian, since I remember you being Norwegian. He is! There we go, the 30-year-old Norwegian. We signed him in January on a free, and he might have just got us into 3rd place in the league. Absolutely massive. Okay. Let's make some changes after that. Nikki Stones, I want to keep you on. Malahi... For Semedo, I don't hate. And then Perotti for Pino, I think, is a big move. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's one of those things where it's like, I had a hard time articulating it for a very long time, to the point that for most of my life, when people would ask me if I liked music, my default answer was just no, because I didn't have a good way to put it in words. And then, honestly, the thing that really turned it around for me is I used to work in a biotech company at a desk job before I lost my job last August. And so I would have a lot of time where I'd be sitting at a desk every day, just working on a computer, doing a whole bunch of automation and scripting work for the machines that we would generate and that we would create in the company. And so I'd listen to a lot of podcasts. And it was, funnily enough, it was the Trash Taste podcast, really early on into their run, that they did an episode where they talked about their favorites and things they liked and didn't like. And they got to that idea of, do you like music? Do you not like music? And that was where I was first introduced to that specific phrasing of, like, music is just beeps and boops. And I'd never heard that before. And I was like, oh, I really relate to that. Although, in their case, it was the person that brought up that music is just beeps and boops to me standpoint said, music is just beeps and boops to me, and I hate all of it. And I was like, see, so that's where we differentiate. And that's when I started formulating this idea of, like, I get that idea. Like, I strongly relate to the music is just beeps and boops. Like, I get that. Especially since, like, as a guy that did a whole bunch of musical theater and things like that, like, I love singing and I love doing stuff like that. But if I want to sing a song, I have to spend significant amount of time memorizing what all the lyrics are. Because if you expect me to just learn the lyrics from listening to the song, I can't perceive them. Like, I cannot perceive the lyrics to a song while it is being played. I just am blind to that. I can only hear the backing track and the things to it. That's just how my brain works. Which is a shame, because I do have a lot of songs that I really, really love. I went to a musical last week where I got to listen to some of my new, just absolute favorite songs, I think, in my life for musics that I'm like, I want to know what these lyrics are and listen to these things. But I'm going to have to go and, like, memorize a whole bunch of these lyrics so I could be able to sing these songs to myself. But that got me thinking about that whole thing, to the point that now when you ask these questions, I can articulate the, like, for me, it's I'll listen to anything, I enjoy anything, but here's why I enjoy it. Which, it's nice to have that clarity, but it is also, like, I know I'm the odd one out in most of those instances. It does also make things fun, though, for, like, when I am, like, going on road trips with people, or I'm driving around town with friends and stuff like that, of just, like, kind of the rule has always been in my car, as opposed to like most people who like drive people around, of like driver gets to pick music. For me, it's always been like, hey, if you're gonna ride in my car, I've got 2 rules, especially if you're gonna be riding shotgun. First, you have to wear your seatbelt, because we believe in safe, riding in cars. And 2, if you're gonna be shotgun, I expect you to be DJ for the ride. Like, you're the one that picks the music, you pick what we're doing. Because, like, I'll jam to anything, but I feel like you can learn a lot about a person from the music they listen to, and, like, what they feel about it and how they feel about it. Oh, that was a really disappointing goal. That's how we got the first goal in, too. Okay, Grelo, I don't know what we were trying to accomplish there. Okay, Rasmussen scores these. Ooh, it almost did. I'll take a corner. Okay, we really need to win this game, and a late-minute cheese corner here would be perfect for that. Gianluca puts it in. Can't beat the goalkeeper. Another corner. We'll take that. Okay, long throw. Oh yeah, 100%. And I very much deeply believe in those things as well. That, like, everyone's different, and that's okay. Our differences are what makes us, as a pastiche, as humanity, interesting. The things that make us unique are the things that make us, like, interesting and have a lot of fun. It was more just trying to speak to my own experience of just, like, for a long time in my life, I felt like the odd one out, in that, like, music seems to be one of those really unifying things, and it just didn't mean as much to me as it meant to, like, especially, like, going through high school and stuff, like, most of my friends, which really kind of stuck me out, because, like, all of my friends were the people that I did musical theater with. Oh, extremely boring Oasis. For me, that was just one of those sticking points in high school. It was just like, all of my friends were musical theater nerds just like me, and we're all really into music as part of that. And I was just like, hey, I'm here for a different reason of, like, I like music, but the reason I'm here is I like being on a stage and performing for people and telling a story. Like, that's what is cool about this to me, not the we're all jamming out and singing songs and doing music. Honestly, I'm fine without that. But we didn't need to do all that, and it has been more coming to terms with that and being like, no, I can do that. It's been a growing point in my life, but also just holding space for, it's like, everyone can be into whatever they want. I mean, that's kind of what I do here on the channel in a nutshell. It's just like the entirety thing of, like, what I'm streaming and why I stream a whole bunch of different games every single day. Of, like, we're streaming this today. We streamed Magic the Gathering yesterday. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Teamfight Tactics. Thursday we're going to play Darkest Dungeon. Okay, so we couldn't finish better than 5th, which is unfortunate. We could have actually gotten leapfrogged by a couple of people, so we might actually be even worse off. No, we finish on 5th, which 5th is still pretty good. I'll take that. Yeah, awesome. And I love that. And that's, like, what I want to celebrate and do things here, is build a space for people to like things they like because they like them, and to feel like they get that. And because that's all I'm doing, is I'm just trying to enjoy the things I enjoy and bring people along with me and show people why I like the things that I like and what I think is so cool about them. And hopefully that helps bring more people into that, and hopefully that that energy and that stuff brings more people into the stream, because that's the whole point of what I'm trying to do here. Is just bring people along for the journey, and to collect their stories and hear what they like, and to have these dialogues like the one that you and I have been able to have here. And I've had a really fun time doing that. All that being said, though, I have been live for 4.5 hours. And I think it's going to be good to call it here. I do really appreciate the conversations we've been able to have here and like all that stuff. We were able to get through the games. We didn't perform as well as I'd hoped we would. But we did secure a playoff spot. We'll get into that Friday now. Thanks for the follow, Oasis Goated. It means a lot. It really means a lot. Also because that gets us to our goal. You're our 70th follower. Thank you so much. We hope to see you around here a lot. We do sports stuff mainly Tuesdays and Fridays, but there's going to be something for everyone. Like I said, we do a whole bunch of variety stuff around here, and it means a lot to have you around. I've had a lot of fun with this conversation, and I hope to see you around more often. We're usually live every day around 2 p.m. Mountain Time, and we usually go for about 4 hours. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been great to chat with you. But I'm going to go do something about dinner. And figure out what's going to be going on there. Get out from behind these lights. And I will see everyone again tomorrow, live, once again, 2 p.m. Standard Time, Mountain Standard Time. We're going to be playing TFT for probably our last couple of times. The season's going to be ending here in about 2 weeks. I still want to see how high we can get to just push ourselves there with that. Let's go Sabres for sure. All the best to you as well, Oasis. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. As always, it has been my pleasure to entertain you. I have been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. Until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other's, and I'll see you next time. Peace.